In the summer of 1099, the ancient city of Jerusalem lay shrouded in a lingering haze of smoke and the faint aroma of incense. Its venerable stones still bore the scorch marks of the brutal siege that had ripped it from the grasp of its previous rulers. The First Crusade had reached its dramatic, often horrifying conclusion, leaving behind a complex legacy of both fervent triumph and unimaginable devastation. Through the blood-stained thoroughfares, a solemn procession moved, weary pilgrims and battle-hardened warriors, their hushed prayers mingling with the anguished cries of survivors and the resonant chants of priests who raised their crosses in defiance of the widespread ruin. Yet, from within this crucible of chaos and desperate hope, an extraordinary new concept began to take root, one that transcended mere conquest. It was an idea of profound guardianship. A small, enigmatic band of knights, their souls etched with the weariness of incessant bloodshed, found themselves propelled by an unshakable sense of duty. They swore an oath to a mission that stretched far beyond the conventional bounds of chivalry. Their lives, they declared, would not be pledged to earthly kingdoms or glittering crowns, but to a holy cause, the unwavering protection of the faithful who dared to navigate the perilous routes leading to Jerusalem. These were no kings, nor were they canonized saints. They were simply men, armed with sword and shield, their eyes still haunted by the unspeakable horrors they had witnessed. But in the profound silence that descended after battle, as the flickering torchlight danced against the fractured walls of the holy city, they felt an inexplicable stirring deep within their very beings. It was as if the land itself had singled them out, whispering tantalizing promises of mysteries yet to be unveiled, secrets that had slumbered for millennia. Jerusalem, throughout the annals of history, had always been a crucible where worlds converged. Beneath its time-worn cobblestones lay buried layer upon layer of vanquished empires, the formidable Babylonians, the grand Persians, the sophisticated Greeks, and the mighty Romans. Whispers circulated, persistent and intriguing, that deeper still nestled beneath the revered Temple Mount. The very foundations of King Solomon's temple concealed treasures of such immense value and spiritual significance that no monarch had ever glimpsed them. The knights, in their contemplative silence, began to question the true scope of their calling. Was it merely to safeguard pilgrims, or had destiny itself, in its infinite wisdom, positioned them precisely here, at the very navel of the world, for a purpose far grander and more profound? The initial wave of crusaders had sought glory and the absolution of their sins. But this new, emerging group of knights yearned for something far quieter, something more enduring and substantial. They had observed the ostentatious parading of relics through the city streets, slivers purportedly from the true cross, the hallowed bones of saints. Yet, an instinct deep within them hinted that far greater relics, untouched by any priestly hand, lay in dormant slumber. They did not yet bear the revered name of Templars, nor did their surcoats display the iconic red cross. Those symbols, that identity, would emerge later, after sacred vows had been solemnly spoken and a definitive rule formally inscribed. For now, they remained spectral figures, moving through the fire-lit ruins, drawn by an imperative, an enigmatic purpose they themselves barely comprehended. Beyond the city's ancient walls, the vast desert stretched boundlessly, its profound silence punctuated only by the rhythmic beating of wings, vultures circling ominously where mighty armies had once marched. Yet, within the sacred confines of Jerusalem, nestled inside half-ruined chapels and humble candle-lit chambers, the nascent threads of a momentous oath were being meticulously woven. The knights convened in absolute secrecy, not within the opulent halls of powerful lords, but in the immediate vicinity of the Temple Mount itself. They prayed by the ethereal glow of torchlight, their hands resting firmly upon the hilts of their swords, swearing a solemn vow. Their pursuit would not be one of temporal wealth or earthly dominion, but a sacred commitment to guard, to meticulously search, and to meticulously keep safe whatever profound discoveries they might unearth, protecting them from both infidel and king alike. The formidable church in Rome, at this nascent stage, offered their early mission little more than perfunctory, polite nods of acknowledgement. Few at the time truly grasped the profound depth of their commitment, yet the men themselves felt the immense weight of their sacred vow. Their purpose, they understood, was not born from a papal decree, but from something far older, immeasurably deeper. Whispers carried on ancient stones, the echoing voices of forgotten prophets, and perhaps even the guiding hand of an inescapable destiny. As night cloaked Jerusalem, and the city slept uneasily beneath its new, uncertain rulers, the knights would embark on their hushed patrols through the haunting ruins of the temple. They listened intently to the wind as it funneled through broken arches, a sound that eerily resembled distant, ethereal voices. Some among them claimed to discern fragments of ancient, forgotten chants. Others spoke of vivid dreams that returned to them with unsettling regularity, night after night, visions of mysterious stairways descending deep into the earth, of ancient scrolls meticulously wrapped in gleaming gold, of profound secrets carried not within ornate chalices, but within the very essence of blood itself. The ashes of Jerusalem, rather than stifling their burgeoning faith, served instead to ignite it with an even fiercer intensity. Here, amidst the pervasive devastation, the knights perceived the potent possibility of rebirth, of an order bound not by the transient ties of land or lineage, but by something far more elusive and enduring, profound knowledge, unwavering guardianship, and the crucial protection of truths deemed too perilous for kings to wield. The city, outwardly, had settled into a fragile quietude, but within that deceptive calm, something monumental had been set into motion. An order was steadily taking shape, its roots plunging deep into soil stained by centuries of relentless struggle. No one beyond their tightly knit circle could possibly fathom that these men, so remarkably few in number, would one day blossom into the most feared and profoundly mysterious brotherhood of their era. And beneath Jerusalem's ancient sacred stones, older than the Crusades themselves, older even than the grandeur of Rome, the past lay in patient wait, anticipating their hands to finally uncover its long-held secrets. The years immediately following the conquest of Jerusalem were fraught with a pervasive unease, a period marked by both hard-won triumph and an ever-present fragility. The Crusader states, painstakingly carved from blood-soaked earth and shifting sand, stood as precarious fortresses, surrounded on all sides by formidable kingdoms that harbored no welcome for their presence. Still, pilgrims, driven by an unyielding devotion, continued their arduous journeys across vast oceans and scorching deserts, desperate for the chance to touch the very stones where Christ had once walked. Tragically, many never reached their sacred destination, The roads teemed with ruthless raiders, the wild lands seethed with unseen dangers, and the long, arduous path from distant Europe to the Holy Land was too often paved with profound grief. It was amidst this climate of profound uncertainty and constant peril that the 9 knights, driven by an undeniable calling, bound themselves together in a more formal, unshakable covenant. These were men of noble lineage, yet possessed of a restless, searching spirit. Their names, often obscured by the mists of time, are recorded only in tantalizing fragments of ancient parchment, their lives already half-shrouded in an almost impenetrable secrecy. They solemnly vowed to cast aside worldly riches, to renounce all personal ambition, and to embrace a life of stark poverty, more severe even than that practiced by many monks. Their singular cause was not to conquer new territories or expand earthly dominions, but to safeguard the fragile, beating heart of faith, the countless pilgrims who bravely undertook the perilous journey. Only 9 men, a number seemingly far too small to secure a single road, let alone protect an entire empire. And yet, within that precise number, there resided a strange, mystical completeness. 9 was the revered number of celestial spheres, the sacred circles of angels, the mystic patterns whispered by ancient sages in distant, far-away lands. To the knights themselves, this number served as an unbreakable bond of unity, a sacred circle through which no oath, once spoken, could ever be broken. They sought the crucial blessing of Baldwin II, the reigning king of Jerusalem, who, recognizing their unique dedication, granted them quarters upon the hallowed Temple Mount itself. There, amidst the venerable ruins that had once formed the majestic domain of King Solomon and the opulent palace of Herod, the knights took root, establishing their humble abode. Their lodgings were austere, their material means virtually non-existent. They subsisted by begging for food, much like mendicant friars, and when their armor grew worn and threadbare from constant use, they meticulously patched it themselves. Later chroniclers would invariably describe them as men of extraordinary austerity, riding not in grand splendor, but often 2 to a single horse, a stark symbol of their self-imposed deprivation. Yet their profound poverty was not a sign of weakness. Rather, it served as a clever shield and a veil of smoke, cunningly concealing a far deeper, more profound purpose. For while the world at large perceived them simply as guardians of roads and valiant defenders of pilgrims, murmurs and rumors soon began to circulate, suggesting that their true focus, their unblinking gaze, was fixed upon something mysterious and ancient, hidden directly beneath their very feet. Within the labyrinthine vaults and ancient foundations of the temple, they lingered for periods far exceeding any knight's conventional duty. What precisely were they seeking? Some whispered tales of Solomon's fabled treasure, said to have been hidden for centuries, awaiting rediscovery. Others adamantly claimed they were searching for lost scriptures, profound knowledge forgotten even by the venerable rabbis of the city. Still others believed they were hunting for sacred relics of Christ himself, perhaps even the legendary Holy Grail, the ultimate vessel of divine grace. But for the 9 knights themselves, the true nature of their quest was spoken of only in the hushed sanctity of prayer and the profound stillness of silence. Whatever secrets they sought, they were clearly not mere treasures of gold alone, but profound wisdom, perhaps even the hidden truths of ancient bloodlines and sacred covenants, long concealed from the gaze of humanity. The Church would, in later years, bestow upon them a formal rule, a stringent code of conduct meticulously penned by Bernard of Clairvaux, the fiery abbot whose impassioned words possessed the power to rouse entire armies. But in these initial, formative years, their true rule was far simpler, etched not on fragile parchment, but deep within the marrow of their very bones, to hold fast, with unwavering conviction, to their solemn vow, to guard one another as brothers, bound by an unbreakable bond, and to meticulously keep in absolute silence that which the world was not yet prepared to comprehend. At night, the Temple Mount would fall into a profound silence, the city below cloaked in darkness, save for the scattered, flickering torchlights. The 9 knights would gather in hushed, whispered councils, their hands resting reverently upon their swords, laid across ancient stone tables. They did not speak idly. Each word was weighed with the gravity of a sacred oath. To some, they confessed the immense dangers inherent in their extraordinary calling. To others, they confided in dreams that seemed to transcend mere slumber, visions of hidden chambers opening beneath the earth, of an ethereal light that burned without any discernible fire, of voices that were neither wholly human nor entirely angelic. The rule of 9 was not merely a rigid discipline. It was prophecy in the making, a brotherhood born in profound secrecy, its roots firmly embedded in ancient ruins, observed by kings, yet truly understood by none. Their self-imposed poverty made them appear harmless, their humility readily dismissed by powerful lords, and yet, in their very shadow, a new and formidable power was steadily forming, an order bound not to the transient will of kings or the decrees of priests, but to the hidden, enigmatic heart of Jerusalem itself. The bustling streets of the city knew remarkably little of these 9 silent knights. Yet deep within their steadfast hearts, a potent seed had been planted, one that, in the fullness of time, would burgeon into a vast and fearsome tree, its roots stretching far beyond the confines of the Holy Land, its mighty branches reaching out into the farthest, most remote corners of the known world. For now, they were only 9, a seemingly insignificant number, but destiny had already chosen them, marking them as the profound keepers of something far greater than themselves, something so monumental that the Church itself might one day strive to erase it from history. The Temple Mount stood proudly, like a majestic crown of ancient stone, towering above Jerusalem. Its venerable walls, scarred by countless conflicts, yet stood unbroken, a silent monument far older than the city's newest, fleeting conquerors. To the multitude of devout pilgrims, it was unequivocally sacred ground, the very place where Solomon had raised his magnificent temple, where prophets had spoken words of divine revelation, and where Christ himself had walked the earth. But to the 9 enigmatic knights who dwelled within its profound shadows, it was infinitely more than merely holy. It was a bewildering labyrinth, a mystical threshold between disparate worlds, a profound riddle intricately carved in stone, patiently awaiting its ultimate solution. By day, they diligently discharged their visible duties as guardians. They courteously escorted weary travelers, meticulously patrolled treacherous roads, and offered vital protection to the poor wherever they could. Yet, as night descended, when the torches dimmed and an almost palpable silence spread throughout the ancient city, their steps invariably turned inward. Lanterns flickered eerily in subterranean tunnels where no pilgrim ever ventured, casting long, dancing shadows across the accumulated dust and broken stone. Here, beneath the revered temple, they ceaselessly searched. The historical records offer but a meager account of the specific objectives these knights pursued, and an even scantier mention of the profound discoveries they unearthed. Nevertheless, hushed rumors began to circulate even during their own lifetimes. Some whispered that they had delved into the profound depths beneath the hallowed mount, meticulously prying open ancient chambers that had remained hermetically sealed since the era of King Solomon himself. Other accounts posited that they had brought to light enigmatic scrolls inscribed in tongues more archaic than either Greek or Hebrew, manuscripts purportedly teeming with intricate astronomical diagrams and sacred appellations that even the most audacious priests would have recoiled from uttering. A brave few even dared to insinuate the tangible relics of the Ark of the Covenant itself, perhaps its sacred rods, its divine tablets, or even ethereal fragments of its legendary glory, had been beheld by the very eyes of the Templar Knights. The veracity of these compelling rumors, however, finds no corroboration in any existing documentation. And yet, amidst this veil of uncertainty, remarkable indicators began to surface. The knights, who had initially embraced a life of austere poverty, commenced attracting influential benefactors from across the European continent. Esteemed nobles willingly bestowed upon them vast tracts of land. Monarchs graciously extended them myriad favors, and countless pilgrims lauded their strangely potent efficacy. It was as if unseen forces were orchestrating their rise to prosperity, as though an arcane power emanated from the very earth beneath the temple, infusing the lives of its devoted guardians. Within the solemn confines of the subterranean stone vaults, the knights were said to frequently kneel, their formidable armor reverently laid aside, their hands resting directly upon the cool, ancient earth. Certain claims suggested that their supplications extended beyond mere devotion to Christ. They reportedly sought communion with a wisdom far more primordial, a divine entity who had manifested in fire and thunder upon Mount Sinai, a repository of mysteries whispered across desolate deserts long before the ascendance of Rome. Their periods of profound silence grew progressively more intense, their gazes becoming increasingly distant and contemplative. Those few individuals who witnessed their return from these clandestine vigils invariably observed a palpable alteration in their bearing. They appeared at once calmer, yet undeniably more resolute, as if they had been granted a fleeting glimpse of a truth too monumental, too overwhelming to ever articulate aloud. Conceivably, their explorations yielded ancient scrolls meticulously concealed by priests who had fled the ravages of Babylon. Perhaps they unearthed a trove of knowledge diligently transmitted through generations by the Essenes or by vigilant custodians of obscure, forgotten sects. It is even plausible that they discovered records pointing unequivocally eastward, towards distant lands redolent with the scent of silk and exotic spices, regions where an ancient, profound wisdom continued to flourish, safely beyond the pervasive influence and restrictive dogma of the Church. Irrespective of what tangible objects they encountered, or what profound insights they assimilated, these discoveries forged an unbreakable bond among them, a pact of secrecy deeper than any solemn vow, more profound even than the ties of brotherhood. The venerable temple itself seemed to possess a living essence, appearing to breathe around them. Its ancient stones were reputedly known to emit a resonant song when struck, its clandestine chambers shifting and murmuring like indistinct echoes within a waking dream. On more than one occasion, pilgrims recounted witnessing faint, ethereal lights flickering within its windows during the nocturnal hours, despite the verifiable absence of any burning candles within. Others reported hearing strange, melancholic harmonies carried upon the wind, as if the sacred mount itself were wistfully recalling a forgotten melody from ages long past. For those select 9 nights, Jerusalem had transcended its identity as a mere city. It had transformed into a profound gateway, and they, its chosen, dedicated guardians. The treasures they ardently sought were not simply tangible relics of aged wood and stone, but rather fundamental truths that possessed the inherent power to fundamentally reshape the very edifice of faith itself. Yet they possessed a keen understanding of the inherent peril. To openly disclose such revelations would not inspire reverence, but rather ignite widespread fear. Fear would emanate from kings, who would perceive their temporal power subtly eroding. Fear would grip priests, who would witness their ecclesiastical authority gravely imperiled. Thus, they maintained an unwavering silence. The precious treasures concealed beneath the temple would never be paraded in an open procession, nor would they ever be ostentatiously displayed upon sacred altars. Instead, they would be diligently guarded in absolute secrecy, entrusted to the sanctity of memory, discreetly whispered in trusted counsel, and meticulously hidden away until such a time as the world was truly prepared to receive them, or conversely, until the world had utterly forgotten their existence. High above their clandestine endeavors, the vibrant city of Jerusalem pulsed with life and trepidation. Merchants bustled with their trade, priests chanted their ancient litanies, and soldiers marched with disciplined precision. But far below, nestled within the profound stillness of earth and ancient stone, the knights painstakingly uncovered fragments of something truly eternal, something destined to irrevocably shape the future trajectory of their burgeoning order and to subtly haunt the very foundations of the Church for countless centuries to come. The temple's profound secrets were not the exclusive domain of a single faith or a particular nation. They belonged, in essence, to the entire world, to all who possessed the courage to seek them out. And in that pivotal moment, those 9 knights transcended their initial role as mere guardians of pilgrims. They became, instead, the venerable keepers of mysteries. Mysteries that, once stirring from their ancient slumber, would send ripples across entire continents, simultaneously evoking profound wonder and palpable dread. The monumental discoveries unearthed beneath the revered Temple Mount settled with considerable weight upon the shoulders of the 9 knights. Their initial oath had not simply been to provide protection for pious pilgrims. They had, quite unexpectedly, stumbled upon scattered fragments of a far more ancient and intricate enigma, disparate pieces of a grand narrative dispersed across countless centuries and numerous kingdoms. The venerable parchments and sacred relics they uncovered seemed to murmur tales of an expansive world, stretching far beyond the familiar confines of Christendom, hinting at distant lands where profound wisdom and diverse faiths had flourished, long before the advent of crusades or the construction of towering cathedrals. During those formative years, a continuous stream of merchants and intrepid travelers poured into Jerusalem, their caravans laden with shimmering silks, exotic spices, and dazzling jewels. They journeyed from the bustling markets of Damascus, from the ancient city of Antioch, from the vibrant ports of Alexandria, and from legendary cities bearing names like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Kashgar. They transported not only their valuable wares, but also a rich tapestry of rumors, captivating stories of vast empires that extended far beyond the visible horizon, where majestic rivers, wider than any known in Europe, gleamed like polished mirrors beneath foreign skies. The knights, with their newly sharpened perceptions, listened intently in the bustling marketplaces and in the hushed quiet of chambers illuminated solely by the flickering glow of oil lamps. They leaned in, their attention captivated, as the seasoned traders eloquently spoke of the distant East. They heard mesmerizing accounts of kingdoms where revered Buddhist monks diligently safeguarded scrolls of wisdom predating even the rise of Rome, where brilliant Persian astronomers meticulously charted the celestial bodies with an astonishing precision utterly unknown to Western priests, and where skilled healers artfully blended potent herbs into sophisticated medicines capable of quelling fevers and extending human lifespans. They were told of magnificent cities in the fabled land of Cathay, where opulent palaces glittered with intricate dragons carved from precious jade, and where ancient rituals bound the emperor to the heavens in ceremonies far more ancient and intricate than those of Solomon. And inextricably woven through these captivating narratives were strange, resonant echoes, arcane symbols, enigmatic words, and profound prophecies that appeared to mirror the very fragments they had meticulously uncovered beneath the temple. A star, destined to one day return. A sacred bloodline, carrying a divine inheritance. A mystical vessel, not crafted from precious gold, but from living, breathing flesh. The very same whispers, carried by a multitude of different tongues, traversing vast deserts and formidable mountains. The legendary Silk Roads were far more than mere arteries of commerce. They functioned as the vital veins of the global civilization, transporting not only valuable goods, but also profound knowledge, diverse beliefs, and closely guarded secrets. A single caravan might bear precious cinnamon and saffron, yet also carry invaluable scrolls meticulously penned in languages that Europe had not yet learned to decipher. A solitary traveler could bring forth captivating tales of grand temples intricately carved into sheer cliffs, or of reclusive brotherhoods who diligently studied both the intricate patterns of the stars and the profound depths of the human soul. To the discerning knights, these arduous roads seemed less like straightforward paths of commercial exchange and more akin to intricate veins of mystery, intricately binding the disparate realms of East and West in a shared, profound silence. During the quiet hours of the night, within their austere quarters upon the Temple Mount, the knights would carefully unfurl scraps of ancient parchment, their fingers meticulously tracing the lines and symbols they barely comprehended. Some among them postulated that these were not conventional maps of familiar territories, but rather intricate charts depicting routes extending deep into the vast expanse of Asia. There were enigmatic marks that pointed unequivocally beyond Antioch, beyond Armenia, and even beyond Persia itself, towards distant kingdoms shrouded in clouds and veiled in tantalizing rumor. One particular name consistently recurred in their hushed discussions: Cathay. For the majority of Europeans, Cathay was merely a mythical appellation, a fabled land situated at the very edge of the known world. However, for those who listened attentively to the seasoned merchants, its existence was a tangible reality. Its emperors ruled with an authority far more ancient than that of Rome. Its revered sages guarded profound secrets that even the most learned priests in Europe had never dared to conceive. Could it be, they mused, that the profound wisdom unearthed beneath Solomon's temple had, at some primordial time, originated from this very land, transported across the vast desert by forgotten hands? The knights found it impossible to disregard this compelling pattern. It was as though the temple itself were directing them eastward, gently urging them to retrace the ancient trail of wisdom back to its original source. Yet, for the present, they remained inextricably bound to Jerusalem. They faithfully upheld their solemn vows, diligently performed their duties, and steadfastly maintained their profound silence. Nevertheless, deep within their hearts, the allure of the Silk Roads had already exerted its irresistible beckoning call. The world, they now understood, was immeasurably vaster than Christendom had ever dared to believe, and within that expansive breadth, the knights intuitively sensed the presence of potential allies, profound mysteries, and perhaps even ancient guardians who had traversed parallel spiritual paths long before the cross of Christ was ever raised. If the Church in Rome steadfastly believed itself to be the singular epicenter of faith, the subtle whispers emanating from the temple suggested a radically different truth. The true center, it seemed, lay simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, intricately woven across immense deserts, towering mountains, and vast, shimmering seas. In the flickering glow of torchlight, as caravans moved like luminous constellations of lanterns across the distant horizon, the Templars found themselves dreaming of what lay beyond. They were no longer merely knights of Jerusalem. They had transformed into profound seekers, drawn by an ethereal song carried on the gentle winds of the east. And though their armor was undeniably heavy, their sacred vow heavier still, an undeniable longing stirred within them to follow that enchanting melody, even if it led them far beyond the recognized boundaries of Christendom, beyond the existing maps, and ultimately beyond the very reach of Rome itself. The bustling markets of Jerusalem teemed with a vibrant symphony of voices, each carrying a resonant fragment of distant, exotic worlds. Spices lay meticulously piled in shimmering golden heaps, their intoxicating scents curling and intertwining through the narrow, winding streets. The warm embrace of cinnamon, the aromatic allure of cardamom, the sharp piquancy of pepper, and the luxurious fragrance of saffron. Silks, dyed in hues and patterns utterly unseen in Europe, shimmered exquisitely in the bright sunlight. Gleaming ivory rested alongside the deep blue of turquoise, the rich azure of lapis lazuli, and an array of strange, enigmatic stones reputed to possess remarkable powers of healing. Yet, it was not the tangible wares alone that captivated the knights' profound attention. It was, rather, the captivating stories that journeyed alongside them, the hushed whispers, borne on the backs of caravans, like an invisible, invaluable cargo. The merchants themselves were inveterate wanderers, men hardened by the unforgiving vastness of deserts, accustomed to countless nights spent beneath an endless canopy of stars. Around their crackling fires, they spun enthralling tales not to be found in any scripture. They spoke of majestic mountains, where ancient sages resided in secluded caves, meticulously writing scrolls with brushes dipped in ink crafted from soot and ash. They recounted stories of rivers so immeasurably vast that boats could seemingly vanish upon them, as if swallowed whole by the boundless sea. They spoke of towering structures where Persian astrologers diligently observed the heavens with intricate instruments entirely unknown to European scholars, charting the complex cycles of stars that were said to foretell both the rise of empires and their inevitable ruin. The knights, now with a heightened sense of awareness, listened intently. Beneath the weight of their imposing armor and the solemnity of their vows, they were men of restless intellect, now keenly attuned to the intricate threads of mystery that permeated their world. They began to discern recurring symbols woven across diverse cultures, intricate circles drawn within other circles, a cross subtly embedded within a star, and a chalice that was not invariably a mere cup, but sometimes represented the profound figure of a womb, a sacred vessel of life itself. These fragmented insights resonated deeply with the astonishing discoveries they had unearthed beneath the temple. Ancient scripts, they realized, spoke of a covenant carried not in immutable stone, but within the very essence of flesh, a sacred bloodline, hidden with astonishing subtlety, like a priceless treasure concealed in plain sight. From the distant Orient, intriguing dispatches arrived concerning venerable guardians, specifically Buddhist monastics, whose diligent stewardship safeguarded written works of such profound antiquity that their origins comfortably preceded the calamitous collapse of the formidable city of Babylon. From the sun-drenched plains of Persia, reports spoke of learned magi, whose profound understanding of both the healing arts and the celestial spheres far exceeded the most ambitious intellectual aspirations of the esteemed savants in Paris or Rome. Further to the south, within the storied intellectual hub of Alexandria, whispers circulated among scholars regarding vast repositories of knowledge, tragically consumed by fire, yet miraculously not entirely eradicated. Precious scrolls, surreptitiously conveyed across expansive desert landscapes, and invaluable fragments were meticulously preserved by itinerant wanderers, individuals who engaged in the exchange of profound insights with the same casual ease that others bartered aromatic spices. Indeed, every passing caravan functioned as a veritable peripatetic library, a mobile archive of human thought. It was often the case that not every merchant fully grasped the immense intellectual gravitas of the cargo they transported. Certain ancient parchments were merely peddled as exotic curiosities, their peculiar inscriptions destined to become decorative embellishments within the opulent chambers of the aristocracy. Yet, a select number, discerned exclusively by the perspicacious few, represented treasures of inestimable worth, far surpassing the allure of mere gold. These were sacred texts, whose potent words held the transformative power to fundamentally alter humanity's perception of the celestial expanse, the very essence of the soul, and even the divine nature of God Himself. The venerable order of the Templars gradually began to perceive their foundational mission through an entirely novel lens. While the safeguarding of devout pilgrims certainly constituted a noble endeavor, and the arduous struggle for the holy city of Jerusalem was undeniably sacred, it became increasingly clear that the meticulous acquisition and vigilant preservation of ancient knowledge represented a pursuit of truly eternal significance. Whereas the formidable strength of tempered steel might offer protection to a temporal kingdom for a mere generation, the enduring power of profound wisdom possessed the capacity to shield and guide all of humankind through the vast expanse of eternity. Nevertheless, the knights were acutely aware of the inherent perils accompanying such a profound undertaking. Monarchs, by their very nature, ceaselessly coveted material wealth. Pontiffs, similarly, ardently sought temporal and spiritual dominion. And both these formidable authorities would inevitably perceive this burgeoning knowledge as a grave menace should it in any way challenge or undermine their established power structures. To disclose an excessive amount of these esoteric truths would be to deliberately court utter destruction. Consequently, the esteemed knights cultivated a profound discipline of silent observation, diligently accumulating whatever was presented, meticulously committing to memory every whispered revelation, and safeguarding these profound truths within their minds with the same reverence and meticulousness typically accorded to sacred relics. On certain hushed evenings, as the bustling city of Jerusalem slumbered in tranquil repose, the knights would surreptitiously join gatherings of merchants beside their flickering campfires, positioned just beyond the protective city walls. Above them, the countless stars unfurled across the vast desert firmament, appearing like an ancient scripture meticulously inscribed in incandescent light, a cosmic testament. These seasoned traders, with gnarled fingers, would trace the intricate patterns of constellations, identifying them not according to the familiar nomenclature of the Greeks or the Arabs, but through appellations rooted in traditions of even more profound antiquity. The attentive knights absorbed these narratives, the gentle crackle of the wood fire harmonizing with the soft, pervasive whisper of the shifting desert sands. It was as if the very cosmos itself communicated its profound secrets through the voices of these intrepid wanderers, each recounted tale serving as a resonant verse within an overarching, magnificent hymn of creation. However, not every passing caravan carried solely the precious cargo of wisdom. Indeed, some also conveyed tidings that instilled genuine apprehension. Whispers circulated concerning formidable armies gathering strength in the distant east, of burgeoning empires expanding their dominion with terrifying ferocity, and of elusive riders who traversed the land with a speed that defied the very wind itself. The knights, ever prudent, carefully deliberated upon the veracity and implications of these unsettling narratives. Yet, even amidst these ominous portents of impending conquest, a consistent refrain resonated, that profound knowledge perpetually endured, often concealed, and perpetually conveyed by those who trod the ancient, time-honored pathways of the world. For the Templars, the sacred city of Jerusalem transcended its mere geographical and political significance. It had been profoundly reimagined as a pivotal crossroads, a vibrant, beating heart where the myriad arteries and veins of the entire known world converged and intertwined. And within this vital epicenter, they, the consecrated guardians of the venerable temple, had been strategically positioned, akin to vigilant watchmen stationed at the very threshold of an immeasurably vast and profound revelation. The cargo borne by these ceaseless caravans encompassed far more than mere mercantile goods. It represented the collective memory of humankind, an intricate tapestry of accumulated knowledge and experience stretched across formidable deserts, towering mountains, and expansive seas. And these knights, initially a modest contingent of only 9 dedicated individuals, now perceived themselves as the inheritors of a monumental responsibility, one far exceeding the transient glory offered by any earthly crown, not merely to safeguard the physical well-being of the devout pilgrim, but to vigilantly protect the very soul of the world's long neglected and forgotten wisdom. When the original complement of 9 knights first embarked upon their journey beyond the ancient walls of Jerusalem, their expedition was not solely predicated upon the might of the sword. Their chosen path meandered northward, leading them into a succession of magnificent cities, where graceful domes gleamed resplendently under the intense sunlight, where intricate calligraphy elegantly embellished ancient stone facades, and where soft, inviting lamps cast a warm glow within courtyards exquisitely perfumed with the heady scent of jasmine blossoms. Preeminent among these urban centers, Damascus shone like a priceless jewel, its antiquity profound even at that historical juncture, predating even the venerable city of Rome itself. Its streets formed a bewildering yet captivating labyrinth of bustling markets and serene gardens, and its populace were the proud inheritors of 1,000 distinct and rich traditions. The knights proceeded with utmost circumspection, their distinctive red crosses discreetly concealed beneath the folds of their unassuming cloaks. In this foreign land, they arrived not as triumphant conquerors, but as humble guests, as enigmatic strangers endeavoring to navigate a complex world that paradoxically both stood in stark opposition to and subtly mirrored their own familiar existence. However, the cosmopolitan city of Damascus extended a welcoming embrace to merchants hailing from every conceivable tongue and nation, thereby enabling the knights to blend seamlessly into the vibrant populace, moving as unobtrusive observers amidst the ceaseless throng. During the daylight hours, they traversed the winding souks, where myriad stalls brimmed with an overwhelming abundance of gleaming brass lamps, intricately woven carpets, and fragrant jars of precious saffron. They listened intently as merchants, in the midst of their bartering, melodically recited ancient poems, each lyrical verse seemingly imbued with the power of a magical incantation designed to attract good fortune. Their eyes beheld graceful fountains cascading into exquisitely tiled pools, and they observed tranquil courtyards where erudite scholars convened to engage in profound debates concerning the mysteries of the cosmos. As twilight descended, the city underwent a dramatic and enchanting metamorphosis. Oil lamps, suspended in the narrow, winding streets, glowed with a soft luminescence, resembling terrestrial constellations, while ethereal music drifted enticingly from behind intricately carved wooden screens. It was precisely within these hours of deepening shadow and quiet reflection that the knights ultimately discovered the very object of their quest: profound conversations with esteemed men of learning, and particularly with Sufi mystics, whose utterances, though often veiled in allegory, were invariably imbued with profound wisdom. Within dimly illuminated chambers, they found themselves seated alongside venerable Sufi sages, who expounded upon the profound concept of the human heart as a pristine mirror reflecting the divine essence of God, and of an esoteric knowledge discoverable not solely within the pages of ancient tomes, but profoundly embedded within the sacred practices of silence, controlled breath, and rhythmic spiritual exercises. The knights, whose spiritual lives were typically structured by the rigid and formal prayers of the Latin Church, found their very souls deeply stirred by the mesmerizing chants that rose and fell with the rhythmic cadence of ocean tides, voices circling in continuous repetition until the very perception of temporal progression seemed to utterly dissolve. During these profound encounters, there occurred exchanges not of mere currency, but of potent, meaningful symbols. The knights meticulously inscribed their familiar Christian cross upon aged parchment, while the mystics responded with intricate depictions of spirals, celestial stars, and the revered word Allah, rendered in elegant, flowing Arabic script. Gradually, through this symbolic dialogue, profound and unexpected patterns began to reveal themselves. They discerned the ubiquitous motif of the cross encapsulated within the circle, the sacred chalice mysteriously mirrored by the Islamic crescent moon, all indicating the consistent presence of the same eternal, universal truths, merely cloaked in diverse cultural and religious forms. It was as if these two great faiths, so tragically sundered by centuries of conflict and warfare, were, in these clandestine moments, whispering profound insights to one another in the timeless, universal language of geometry and celestial light. Among the cohort of knights, a discernible faction remained acutely cautious, their minds troubled by the potential specter of heresy, a grave transgression in their own spiritual tradition. Yet, an equally significant number, irresistibly drawn into the profound depths of these esoteric discussions, lingered with the Sufi mystics long into the hushed hours of the night. These intrepid individuals acquired rudimentary fragments of the Arabic language, sufficient to comprehend and follow select verses of the sacred Quran. Crucially, this linguistic immersion allowed them to grasp that the divine entity to whom they offered their fervent prayers was not entirely alien or distinct from the God devoutly invoked within the hallowed walls of the mosques. A select few, driven by an insatiable spiritual curiosity, even undertook secret attempts at Sufi practices, engaging in profound, silent meditations and rhythmic, breath-quickening prayers that, according to their experience, caused the physical body to seemingly dissolve, leaving only the pure, unencumbered spirit. Throughout the vibrant bazaars and shaded courtyards of Damascus, intriguing rumors began to circulate concerning enigmatic foreigners who, remarkably, sought not the acquisition of slaves or the might of formidable swords, but rather the profound treasures of ancient wisdom. Conjecture varied. Some posited that these strangers were in pursuit of the legendary lost words of Hermes Trismegistus, meticulously preserved within rare Arabic texts. Still others whispered that their true quest lay in uncovering the profound teachings of luminaries such as Al-Farabi, Avicenna, or Al-Hazan, illustrious polymaths whose monumental works seamlessly interwoven philosophy, advanced medicine, and intricate mathematics in intellectual syntheses utterly unparalleled in contemporary Europe. Regardless of the precise focus of their profound intellectual curiosity, the knights meticulously transported fragments of their newly acquired knowledge back to the sacred city of Jerusalem, safeguarding these invaluable insights with the same scrupulous care and reverence typically reserved for holy relics. However, it must be acknowledged that not every interaction experienced by the knights unfolded in an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Indeed, there were frequent instances when the very presence of these foreign knights inevitably aroused considerable suspicion among the local populace. A momentary lapse, a Latin phrase inadvertently uttered too loudly, or a telltale cross briefly glimpsed beneath a carelessly draped cloak, was often sufficient to bring imminent danger perilously close. On at least 2 separate occasions, they found themselves stealthily pursued through winding alleys, deeply shadowed by the ominous figures of men brandishing keen blades. Remarkably, on one such perilous occasion, their escape was secured only by their quick-witted decision to slip unnoticed into a nearby mosque, where they swiftly removed their boots, bowed profoundly in imitation of the worshippers, and allowed the pervasive rhythmic cadence of the communal prayer to effectively disguise their foreign presence. Later that very night, one knight, deeply moved by the experience, confided in a whispered tone to a companion that, in the profound silence of his prostration within the mosque, he had perceived no hostile enemy presence, but rather an overwhelming sense of the divine presence of God alone. The vibrant, ancient city of Damascus indelibly etched its profound imprint upon the very souls of the knights, leaving an indelible mark. Their return journey to Jerusalem was laden with far more than mere exotic silk and fragrant spices. They bore within them lyrical verses of ancient poetry, intricate diagrams charting the celestial movements of stars, invaluable fragments of advanced medical knowledge, and compelling whispers of a heretofore unimagined spiritual path, where the disciplined warrior and the contemplative mystic might indeed walk in harmonious tandem. They had initially embarked upon their sacred quest as vigilant guardians of devout pilgrims. Yet, through these transformative experiences, they had themselves evolved into a new kind of pilgrim, traversing not arid desert landscapes, but rather the expansive and intricate terrains of the human spirit. As they rode back through the boundless desert expanse towards the holy city of Jerusalem, the myriad stars above them appeared strikingly sharper and more brilliantly luminous than before. Perhaps this heightened clarity was merely an optical illusion, a consequence of the exceptionally clear desert air. Or perhaps, having profoundly absorbed the esoteric wisdom imparted by the mystics of Damascus, the knights now perceived the celestial heavens through entirely different eyes, eyes newly attuned to recognize intricate patterns and profound truths that had previously remained entirely concealed from their sight. Consequently, the contemplative silence among the 9 knights grew even more profound and meaningful. Their fellow brothers in the order, residing in distant Europe, would never fully comprehend the myriad revelations and transformative experiences that had transpired within those shaded courtyards and clandestine chambers. The rigid hierarchy of the Latin Church would never be privy to the profound words whispered in the intimate, sacred Sufi circles, but within the innermost recesses of the knights' hearts, the memory of Damascus persisted, not merely as a city, but as a secret sanctuary, a hidden spiritual teacher, and an enduring reminder that ultimate truth, in its boundless manifestation, assumed a multitude of names and forms, far beyond the ancient confines of Damascus, extending even past the formidable deserts and towering mountain ranges of Persia, lay a fabled land, its very existence spoken of only in tantalizing fragments of rumor and legend. This was a kingdom of such immense geographical remoteness that even the most comprehensive and authoritative cartographic representations produced in Christendom conspicuously left its vast expanse entirely blank. Its evocative name, meticulously carried across continents by intrepid traders and tireless wanderers, was Cathay. For countless individuals in Europe, Cathay remained nothing more than a captivating fable, an elusive land of unimaginable wealth and unattainable splendor, existing solely in the realm of myth. However, for the discerning knights, whose senses had already become acutely attuned to the subtle whispers of concealed wisdom, Cathay represented something far more substantial than mere rumor or fanciful tale. It was, in their evolving perception, a luminous beacon, drawing them ever onward. The captivating narratives of this distant realm arrived intermittently with the ceaseless flow of caravans, recounted in hushed, reverent tones over steaming cups of spiced wine or beneath the brilliant, indifferent stars in the sheltered courtyards of desert caravanserais. Intrepid travelers spoke of colossal walled cities, whose sheer scale dwarfed even the entirety of Jerusalem, their monumental gates intricately carved with the fearsome yet majestic figures of dragons, and their opulent palaces shimmering with the lustrous gleam of jade and pure gold. They further described an emperor who governed his vast dominion not solely through the brute force of the sword, but by the profound and divinely ordained mandate of heaven itself, a sacred covenant between the earthly realm and the celestial firmament, universally acknowledged by both the priestly class and the common citizenry alike. However, it was neither the boundless material wealth nor the sheer expanse of this distant empire that most deeply resonated with or profoundly stirred the contemplative knights. Instead, it was the pervasive and potent symbolism that truly captured their imagination. Merchants meticulously detailed how dragons were depicted and carved not as monstrous, malevolent beasts, but rather as venerable guardians, powerful protectors of the sacred, intricate, divine order of the cosmos. They recounted tales of precious jade discs, exquisitely inscribed with profound patterns mirroring the celestial heavens, and of revered sacred scrolls that eloquently expounded upon the essential harmony existing between fundamental opposites, the dynamic interplay of yin and yang, the eternal dance of darkness and light, and the complementary essences of male and female. These compelling symbolic echoes resonated with a striking and uncanny precision with the enigmatic fragments of ancient wisdom that had been meticulously uncovered beneath the hallowed ground of the Temple Mount itself. They spoke of unmistakable signs of duality, of sacred vessels, and of concealed unions that, in their profound essence, carried a divine inheritance. The profound notion that Cathay might be a repository of wisdom even more ancient than the Christian Gospels, a wisdom that articulated the very same universal mysteries, albeit in a different linguistic and cultural idiom, lodged itself deeply and persistently within the hearts and minds of the knights. Could it truly be, they pondered, that ultimate truth was not exclusively confined to the holy city of Jerusalem alone? Was it conceivable that the divine light of God had, in fact, been entrusted to a multitude of diverse peoples, dispersed across the vast expanse of the earth, like incandescent embers from a singular sacred flame? The captivating narratives further spoke of libraries of an unimaginable scale, where erudite scholars dedicated themselves to the study not merely of religious scripture, but also of advanced mathematics, intricate astronomy, sophisticated medicine, and profound art, all perceived as interconnected threads within a single, seamlessly woven fabric of knowledge. They described ingenious compasses that unerringly guided seafaring vessels far beyond the reassuring sight of land, of mysterious powders possessing the astonishing ability to summon forth fire with explosive force, and of vast, intricate canal systems where boats navigated with the effortless ease of carriages on paved roads of water. While each individual tale often possessed the fantastical resonance of a mere myth, an undeniable glimmer of underlying truth within them was sufficient to compel the discerning knights to pause, reflect, and consider the profound implications. Among the myriad captivating narratives circulating, one particular account resonated with an even more peculiar quality. The persistent rumor that within Cathay's distant ancient realms, individuals of foreign origin had established themselves centuries prior. These were described as exotic priests, bearing enigmatic symbols, who had been received into imperial courts as esteemed custodians of profound knowledge. The origins of these mysterious figures, their identities, and their homelands remained shrouded in impenetrable obscurity. Nevertheless, the vivid descriptions, pale complexions, flowing beards, and most strikingly, the indelible marks of the cross, engendered a profound disquietude among the knights. A pressing question arose within their ranks. Was it conceivable that other voyagers in epochs long past had traversed the identical, concealed pathways they now endeavored to uncover? As twilight descended, within the hallowed confines of their chambers situated on the sacred Temple Mount, the knights would intently contemplate intricate maps, meticulously etched in charcoal upon aged parchment. Their fingers, guided by an insatiable curiosity, would meticulously delineate eastward trajectories. These arduous paths extended beyond the ancient domain of Persia, crossed the formidable Oxus River, wound through the towering peaks known as the Pamirs, until they ultimately unfurled onto the boundless steppes where the nomadic Mongol riders galloped with resonant force. Far beyond these formidable frontiers, they were informed, lay the fabled land of Cathay. A mere handful of Europeans had ever glimpsed its reality, and fewer still had managed to return from its remote reaches to recount their experiences. Nevertheless, the rumors of Cathay intensified, echoing with growing insistence, much like the rhythmic, compelling beat of a distant drum. For the dedicated knights, this distant land transcended its status as a mere mythical realm. It evolved into a pivotal element in the grand enigma that was gradually unfolding before their discerning eyes. If the ancient relics discovered beneath the venerable Solomon's temple intimated the existence of a profound wisdom predating the very foundations of Rome, then perhaps Cathay represented its complementary counterpart, a reflective mirror positioned on the opposite side of the terrestrial sphere. Consequently, despite being obligated by their sacred oath to safeguard the Christian pilgrims journeying to Jerusalem, the Templars began to harbor aspirations for expeditions that would take them even farther afield. Their solemn vow was no longer solely confined to the protection of devout adherents. It expanded to encompass the ambitious endeavor of unearthing the concealed spiritual doctrines of all lands. To meticulously gather scattered fragments of a universal truth, deemed too expansive and multifaceted for any singular ecclesiastical institution to fully encompass. The vast mercantile convoys continued their relentless passage, bearing precious silk and exotic spices westward, while simultaneously transporting gleaming silver and fine wool eastward. Yet amidst the swirling dust raised by their journeys, and within the rich tapestry of their recounted tales, these caravans conveyed something far more profound. The enduring memory of Cathay, a faint intimation of a realm that potentially harbored answers the Church had either lost to the annals of time or perhaps deliberately suppressed, never wishing them to come to light. For in Cathay, as the ancient narratives asserted, the celestial firmament itself had been meticulously charted, and the lineage of their sovereigns was believed to be imbued with divine beneficence, their very blood carrying a sacred favor. Was this profound spiritual insight truly so distinct from the hushed revelations murmured from beneath the foundations of the temple? Could the legendary Grail itself not be interpreted as merely another appellation for this identical, eternal mystery? The knights possessed no definitive answers, yet the profound question persisted within their very souls, akin to an inextinguishable, smoldering ember. And fueled by that inner flame, Cathay transcended its status as a mere fable. It blossomed into an undeniable destiny. Amidst the multitude of speculative accounts that circulated widely across maritime hubs and arid expanses, one particular narrative possessed a singular gravity, resonating with a greater significance than all others. It was a compelling tale that intimately intertwined fervent aspiration with deceptive fantasy and profound belief with mythical narrative. This was the enduring story of Prester John, the enigmatic Christian monarch purportedly presiding over an immense empire situated somewhere in the Orient. For the venerable priests ensconced in Rome, his existence represented a beacon of potential, a divine pledge. For the reigning sovereigns, he was viewed as a prospective confederate, a powerful ally against mutual adversaries. Yet for the Templars, who cultivated an acute attentiveness exceeding that of most others, his celebrated myth presented a profound enigma. Prester John was depicted as a ruler wielding unfathomable dominion, commanding armies comprised of innumerable warriors, possessing war elephants clad in resplendent gold armor, and presiding over waterways that flowed with precious gems. His domain was extolled as a veritable paradise, a land where unwavering justice reigned supreme and where no destitute individual ever suffered the pangs of hunger. Most crucially, he was asserted to be a Christian, though a consensus regarding the precise nature of his faith remained elusive. Some adherents posited that he was Nestorian, tracing his spiritual lineage to churches that had been ostracized by Rome. Others firmly believed he constituted the last vestige of Thomas the Apostle's apostolic mission to the Indian subcontinent. Still others conjectured that Prester John was not a singular individual, but rather an inherited title, passed successively from one ruler to another, thereby designating a perpetual guardian of a clandestine kingdom situated far beyond the charted territories of Christendom. Epistles commenced their circulation across Europe, purporting to originate from the hand of Prester John himself. These communications articulated his unwavering piety toward the Christ, expressing his ardent wish to forge a confederation with Occidental monarchs in a united front against the infidel. They proffered solemn pledges of strategic alliances, immense treasures, and the initiation of a novel crusade designed to shatter the formidable power of Islam definitively and for all time. The pontiffs in Rome perused these missives with fervent anticipation, while the reigning sovereigns approached them with strategic deliberation. Yet the Templars, having frequently conversed with seasoned merchants from the East, and having absorbed hushed whispers shared by firelight, possessed the acumen to discern the inherent hollowness beneath the embellished assurances. For the knights had already become privy to accounts of realms where Christian communities persisted with discreet resilience. The ancient Syriac churches flourishing in Mesopotamia, the Thomas Christians steadfastly adhering to their faith on the Malabar coast, and even subtle reverberations of cruciform symbols etched into ancient megaliths in distant, uncharted territories. They understood that these narratives possessed genuine historical foundations, But they were equally cognizant of how effortlessly such authentic roots could readily transmute into elaborate mythic narratives. A profound query began to take root in their minds. What if Prester John was not, in fact, a monarch commanding legions, but rather an emblematic representation of an archaic legacy? What if his celebrated narrative veiled not a literal golden sovereignty, but instead an intricate confederation dedicated to esoteric wisdom, a clandestine society of custodians safeguarding a tradition that the Church of Rome had long since repudiated? In the bustling souks of Damascus, they had encountered Sufi mystics who spoke of ascetic figures who traversed the world imperceptibly, journeying in profound silence, shaping human fates whilst remaining in profound anonymity. From the lips of Persian merchants, they heard tales of guardians of recondite scriptures, erudite men who migrated from one urban center to another, diligently preserving invaluable wisdom. Could Prester John, then, be interpreted as the occidental reverberation of these very same hidden brotherhoods? An ingenious concept, perhaps, enveloped in regal magnificence to render it acceptable to sovereign rulers, yet, in its profound essence, a phenomenon of significantly greater nuance and complexity. The Templars became increasingly circumspect in their deliberations. They were acutely aware that the Church ardently desired to appropriate the legend of Prester John, to fashion his mythic narrative into an instrument of power. Should he prove to be a tangible monarch, Rome would undoubtedly insist upon his subjugation and allegiance. Should he, conversely, be nothing more than a captivating myth, Rome would nonetheless invoke his prestigious name to galvanize holy wars and inspire new crusades. However, the knights, constrained by their unspoken mission, pondered whether the narrative of Prester John concealed a fundamental verity that Rome preferred to disregard, namely, that the transformative message of Christ had not been confined to the geographical boundaries of Europe, nor even to the sacred city of Jerusalem, but had instead journeyed eastward, gradually assimilated into diverse civilizations that venerated in distinct languages, through divergent ceremonial practices, beneath celestial cartographies unique to their perspectives. In the hushed stillness of the night, the Templars envisioned Prester John not as a sovereign seated upon an opulent, gem-encrusted throne, but rather as an enigmatic protector veiled in obscurity, diligently safeguarding ancient manuscripts and sacred artifacts far beyond the pervasive influence of Rome. Perhaps he was not merely an individual personage at all, but instead a venerable lineage, an unbroken continuum of custodians extending through countless epochs. It was conceivable that his realm was not demarcated by terrestrial boundaries, but rather by collective remembrance, a profound, shared historical consciousness. He might represent a clandestine fraternity dispersed throughout the vast Asian continent, patiently anticipating the opportune moment for their profound secret to be unveiled. For the knights, the spectral presence of Prester John diminished as a pledge of military might and increased as an evocative mnemonic. Somewhere beyond the vast, arid deserts and towering mountain ranges lay adherents of Christ overlooked by the Roman ecclesiastical authority. Perhaps these were even in alliance with a profound sagacity predating the very inception of Christianity itself. And if that profound conjecture held true, then the Templars' sacred mission was not merely to safeguard pilgrims, nor even exclusively to uncover ancient relics beneath the temple, but rather to seek the comprehensive totality, the disseminated corpus of verity safeguarded in disparate vestiges across the entire terrestrial sphere. The Church, for its part, spoke of Prester John with radiant optimism, envisioning triumphant standards and renewed holy wars. But in the hushed deliberations of their conclaves, the Templars conveyed their interpretations of him in hushed, divergent tones. He was not a monarch to be commanded or summoned. He was an enigma to be deciphered, a spectral guide indicating the Orient, pointing toward recondite truths that Rome would never appropriate but could never obliterate. And although no knight had yet embarked on such an extensive journey, the pathway leading to Prester John already intricately wove itself through the fabric of their nocturnal visions. The easterly trajectory led the Templars into territories where venerable imperial dominions had ascended to zenith and subsequently disintegrated into particulate matter, where sacred Zoroastrian conflagrations persisted, maintained with reverent taciturnity by sacerdotal figures who asserted their illumination had remained unquenched since the primeval genesis of existence. Persia, in their experience, was a veritable nexus of cultural confluence, a land where caravans not only transported luxurious silks and aromatic spices, but also bore clandestine knowledge. To the vast majority of crusaders, it represented merely the domain of adversaries. Yet to the Templars, it was perceived as a profound threshold, a portal to deeper understanding. Within the verdant oasis towns, they heeded hushed intimations concerning inherent dichotomies, the interplay of light and darkness, the opposition of truth and falsehood, all pointing to a perennial cosmic conflict without end. The ancient sanctuaries of flame, meticulously concealed from intrusive gazes, radiated with perpetual incandescence, housing eternal flames that had burned uninterruptedly for generations. Some of the knights who infiltrated Persian territories under clandestine guises returned with compelling accounts of ceremonial practices that resonated with an uncanny familiarity, despite being articulated through alien linguistic frameworks. They recounted hallowed repasts, where symbolic bread and consecrated wine, or their analogous forms, were communally partaken, not as propitiations directed towards a vengeful deity, but rather as a profound sacramental fellowship with the perpetual fire. The established church would undoubtedly have categorically rejected such resonant similarities as doctrinal deviation, deeming them a grave perversion of the evangelistic discourse of Christ. Yet, to the Templars, it felt as though a profound, connecting thread had been uncovered, one that extended profoundly beyond the historical genesis of Jerusalem, reaching back into a primordial epoch before prophetic figures had meticulously delineated distinct religious boundaries. Could it truly be that Persia safeguarded not an adversarial dogma, but a precious vestige of the primordial luminescence, a fragment of the same original light that had ignited the profound enigma they diligently protected? Wayfarers conveyed accounts of clandestine fraternities who moved veiled in profound discretion. Some spoke in hushed tones of the Magian lineage, referring not solely to the sagacious figures who had once followed a celestial beacon to Bethlehem, but to their lineal progeny, who continued to uphold concealed academies dedicated to celestial mechanics, transmutational arts, and prescient divination. Others narrated tales of esoteric factions, asserting possession of tomes written in a calligraphy predating any known orthography the knights had ever encountered, books that purportedly contained the appellations of seraphic entities consigned to ancient oblivion. The Templars, constrained by their sacred pledge of taciturnity, safeguarded these speculative reports with the same reverence afforded to holy artifacts. In the elegant courts of Persia, Sufi bards intoned lyrical compositions of profound yearning, speaking of celestial affection, obscured by mortal embodiment, and of recondite truths too expansive to be confined within rigid theological tenets. The knights, though unfamiliar with the linguistic idiom, experienced the profound resonance of the utterances permeate their beings, akin to a subtle tremor beneath the integument. The spiritual adepts elucidated on voyages of internal exploration, of battles not fought on crimsoned battlegrounds, but within the very essence of the spirit. A compelling question began to coalesce in the minds of some Templars. Was their order's authentic struggle not directed against human adversaries at all, but against intellectual obscurity, against the profound darkness that obscured mankind from the primordial verity it had once possessed? However, Persia presented not only spiritual enlightenment, but also considerable dangers. Beyond the shimmering fire temples and the echoes of ancient verses resided the ominous presence of the assassins, members of the Nizari sect, who had meticulously sculpted their formidable fortresses directly into the rugged mountain rock. For the general populace, these individuals epitomized terror, their lethal blades materializing from the void, their very existence shrouded in an unsettling quietude. Nevertheless, the Knights Templar perceived a deeper significance, viewing them as an unexpected reflection of their own order. Much like the Templars, the assassins adhered to an arcane and clandestine set of rules, pledged unwavering fealty, and acted as custodians of profound secrets hidden from the broader world. Indeed, certain knights harbored a quiet conviction that their numerous confrontations with the assassins transcended mere armed conflict, evolving instead into a subtle form of communication or a tacit acknowledgement shared between two distinct fraternities, a bond utterly incomprehensible to external observers. The profound mystique of Persia proved remarkably resistant to elucidation. Its towering mountain ranges carefully guarded vast repositories of knowledge, libraries that no crusader from the West would ever be privileged to behold. Its sprawling, arid deserts entombed sacred shrines that had long vanished from the collective consciousness of successive empires. Nevertheless, the Templars acutely sensed the profound historical weight and spiritual significance of this extraordinary domain. They understood that this was not simply a land to be traversed on their arduous route towards the distant realms of India or Cathay. Rather, it was a venerable custodian of primordial wisdom, a place where sacred fires had continuously blazed since an era preceding even Rome's nascent aspirations of imperial dominion. As they steadily advanced, bearing with them scattered fragments of esoteric lore, fleeting glimpses of ancient ceremonial practices, and the ethereal, haunting strains of Sufi chants resonating beneath the vast expanse of the desert night sky. The valiant knights gradually began to comprehend that their eastward expedition was not merely a military endeavor of conquest, but rather a profound immersion into the stratified strata of time itself. Every deliberate stride propelled them further, beyond the confines of the historical narrative sanctioned by their own ecclesiastical authority, into a collective memory that humanity itself appeared to have consciously endeavored to suppress. For within the enigmatic borders of Persia, they had momentarily touched upon an essence simultaneously alien and eerily familiar, an resonant echo of luminous truth veiled in fiery symbolism, a subtle intimation that the ultimate verity they so fervently pursued predated the very inception of Christendom, surpassed the antiquity of earthly monarchs, and was even more ancient than the hallowed stones comprising Solomon's temple. Thus, compelled by this revelation, they pressed relentlessly onward into the Orient, diligently pursuing the elusive path of the forgotten. The legendary Silk Road, a monumental artery of commerce and cultural exchange, extended across the very backbone of the globe, resembling an immense, meandering river. This ancient thoroughfare served as a conduit not merely for luxurious silks and aromatic spices, but also for the ethereal cargo of human aspirations, profound secrets, and hushed narratives that transcended any geopolitical boundary. For the intrepid Knights Templar, embarking on their eastward expedition, this fabled route was far more intricate than a simple path. It manifested as an elaborate labyrinth, where every welcoming caravanserai along the way presented a fresh gateway into an uncharted realm of mystery. As the desert sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of ochre and violet, the knights frequently discovered themselves sharing communal spaces with a diverse assembly of travelers, astute Persian merchants, authoritative Mongol emissaries, and contemplative wandering monks. The fragrant smoke of exotic incense gracefully ascended into the twilight air as an abundance of captivating tales unfolded into the vastness of the night. These narratives spoke of opulent, jeweled palaces nestled within the fabled city of Samarkand, of sacred shrines vigilantly protected by unseen spiritual entities, and of ancient cryptic scrolls that purportedly elucidated the very genesis of creation. While some of these recounted histories were undeniably products of vivid imagination, others were intricately interwoven with threads of profound veracity. For the discerning Templars, each individual story, whether fantastical or factual, represented a crucial fragment, a vital piece within a much grander, unfolding enigma. At various strategic way stations punctuating the extensive trade route, the Templars' discerning eyes discerned enigmatic symbols meticulously carved into the aged wood of gateways and deeply etched into enduring stone surfaces. These ancient motifs included intricate spirals, celestial stars, and intertwined twin serpents. They immediately recognized these as resonant echoes of their own sacred sigils, yet these iterations appeared demonstrably more archaic, as though these mystical marks had been meticulously inscribed ages before the iconic red cross of the temple had ever been unfurled. These omnipresent symbols imparted the distinct impression of a cryptic global map, deliberately fragmented and dispersed across the world by unknown hands from a forgotten epoch. Their encounters were not exclusively with the diverse array of merchants. They also came across serene Buddhist monks, resplendent in their saffron robes, who carried with them small, intricately carved wooden effigies and delicate scrolls adorned with elegant, unfamiliar scripts. Although the knights were incapable of deciphering the precise meaning of the written words, they observed with profound, quiet reverence as the monks murmured their prayers over spinning prayer wheels, and as their resonant chants gracefully ascended into the crisp mountain air. There was an undeniable quality in the rhythmic cadence and the repetitive nature of these spiritual practices that evoked a powerful recollection of their own solemn chants performed within the hallowed confines of their candle-lit chapels back home. It was an experience distinctly different, yet paradoxically, not entirely alien to their own spiritual sensibilities. Under the immense cosmic canopy of stars that spanned an expanse far grander than the vaulted ceiling of any earthly cathedral, a venerable Mongol guide, with an air of profound mysticism, commenced the narration of a captivating legend one particular evening. He spoke of a clandestine metropolis, an ethereal city where the terrestrial realm seamlessly converged with the celestial spheres, a place where luminous rivers of pure light purportedly cascaded into subterranean stone chambers. He further expounded that this extraordinary city had been established by an ancient lineage of men who had journeyed from beyond the most formidable mountain ranges, bearing with them a wisdom so resplendent and potent that even the most ruthless conquerors dared not attempt to obliterate it. The Knights Templar listened intently, their gazes fixed on the flickering, mesmerizing glow of the campfire, their minds grappling with the profound implications of the narrative. They pondered with deep introspection, questioning whether this account constituted a mere fanciful myth, or if it represented a genuine, albeit veiled, memory of an immensely distant, forgotten epoch. The arduous journey itself relentlessly demanded an unparalleled degree of physical and mental fortitude. Ferocious sandstorms frequently swept across their designated path, entirely obscuring both the blazing sun and the guiding stars. During the unsettling tranquility that often accompanied the heart of such a tempest, when the wind shrieked with the collective lament of 1,000 spectral voices, the valiant knights experienced an uncanny sensation, as though they were traversing through the very fabric of time itself, divested of all superfluous encumbrances, save for their unyielding resolve to safeguard and advance their profound secret. Yet, when the tempestuous squall eventually receded, and the distant horizon gradually unveiled majestic, snow-capped mountain peaks, they grasped with renewed clarity that their arduous odyssey was, in its deepest essence, a crucible, a trial meticulously orchestrated not to shatter their spirits, but rather to systematically divest them of everything that was ultimately superficial and inessential to their sacred mission. Within the magnificent and bustling metropolises of Central Asia, notably Samarkand, Bukhara, and Kashgar, the Templars found themselves immersed in vibrant marketplaces overflowing with an astonishing riot of colors. Exquisite jewels, exotic spices, and lustrous silks captivated their vision with their dazzling splendor. However, it was not these material treasures that primarily captivated the knights. Rather, their keenest interest was drawn to the clandestine intellectual exchanges. They observed, with a growing sense of intrigue, the furtive passing of ancient scrolls beneath concealing cloaks and the hushed, confidential conversations taking place in the deepest, most shadowed recesses of the bustling bazaars. In these vibrant hubs, profound knowledge was revered and valued as highly as the purest gold. They assimilated information about exceptionally skilled physicians who possessed the ability to heal various ailments using potent botanical remedies entirely unfamiliar to Western medicine. They encountered brilliant astronomers who meticulously mapped the celestial spheres with a degree of accuracy and sophistication that rivaled and perhaps even surpassed that of the most esteemed Greek philosophers. Furthermore, they learned of master craftsmen capable of forging legendary blades endowed with an imperishable sharpness. Yet, even more compelling than these practical advancements were the persistent narratives concerning an ancient, enigmatic brotherhood who had traversed these very pathways long before the ascendance of any known empires. Certain merchants recounted tales of these individuals as sagacious wanderers, custodians of profound wisdom dating back to the very dawn of human civilization, and resolute protectors of a sacred covenant that no earthly monarch could ever legitimately assert dominion over. It was widely believed that they had deliberately embedded subtle indicators along the entire length of the route, artfully concealed within architectural designs, subtly woven into the intricate rhythms of sacred chants, and even intricately patterned into the designs of elaborate carpets. For the uninitiated casual traveler, these appeared to be nothing more than decorative motifs. However, for those who possessed the requisite insight and initiation, they constituted profound, coded messages. The Knights Templar gradually began to formulate a profound suspicion that the venerable Silk Road was, in essence, far more significant than a mere artery of commercial exchange. They perceived it instead as a majestic corridor of collective memory, a grand conduit through which successive civilizations had meticulously layered their accumulated wisdom, one upon the other. Much like the delicate interwoven folds of the finest silk, they pondered with considerable introspection whether their own esteemed order was perhaps but the most recent link in an unbroken chain of ancient guardians, entrusted with safeguarding precious fragments of an overarching truth so immense and encompassing that it could never be fully apprehended by any single people or culture in isolation. During the tranquil hours of night, when the weary caravans had settled into their repose and the celestial constellations majestically wheeled across the infinite heavens above, the knights engaged in hushed, earnest discussions among themselves. They had initially embarked upon this arduous expedition in pursuit of sacred relics, material treasures, or potentially even strategic allies. However, what they had ultimately uncovered proved to be far more extraordinary and enigmatic. A vibrant, pulsating current of living knowledge, ceaselessly flowing from the east to the west, and then back again. Impervious to the ravages of warfare, and utterly unperturbed by the inexorable rise and fall of myriad kingdoms. It was as though the very world itself had consciously orchestrated a vast, intricate conspiracy to eternally preserve an esoteric secret, meticulously disseminating it across vast, desolate deserts, formidable mountain ranges, and populous cities, ensuring that it could never be truly annihilated. And thus, as the Templars resolutely pressed onward, venturing ever deeper into the enigmatic heartland of Asia, they carried with them not only the imperative of their own specific mission, but also the steadily deepening realization that they were traversing a pathway immeasurably older than their distinguished order itself. Indeed, this ancient route was perhaps as venerable as the primordial spark of human curiosity and wonder, ignited at the dawn of sentient thought. The persistent winds sweeping across the vast, undulating steppe lands continuously relayed compelling narratives of an immense empire that had violently erupted into existence with the force and suddenness of a tempest, its dominion extending from the distant shores of the Pacific Ocean all the way to the very gates of Europe. For the battle-hardened Knights Templar, the formidable Mongol horde represented a perplexing duality, simultaneously a source of profound dread and an object of intense intellectual fascination. While some within their ranks, and indeed within wider Christendom, dismissed them as mere barbarians, others perceived them as an undeniable, perhaps even divinely ordained, force of destiny. Their distinctive banners proudly unfurled and rippled across distant horizons that very few individuals in Western Christendom had ever even dared to contemplate reaching. And their swift, formidable riders traversed vast distances with a speed that outstripped mere hushed whispers, effortlessly covering countless leagues in the span of a single night. When the Templars first came face to face with the emissaries of the Great Khan, this pivotal meeting did not unfold amidst the chaos of a battlefield, but rather within the subdued illumination of a tent situated somewhere deep within the heart of Central Asia. The ambient air inside was heavy and pungent with the distinct aroma of fermented mare's milk and the smoldering scent of burning juniper. The Mongol envoys communicated in a language that was both harsh and guttural, yet their expressive gestures clearly conveyed their underlying intentions, signaling a surprising readiness for diplomatic discourse or parley. The astute knights then grasped with clarity that the sprawling empire of the horsemen constituted something far more intricate than a simple campaign of unbridled conquest. Instead, it was a complex, interwoven tapestry of strategic alliances, veiled threats, and conditional promises. For a faction of the Knights Templar, this seminal encounter ignited a precarious and potentially perilous hope. A compelling question arose. Could these formidable Mongols potentially serve as invaluable allies against the relentless Islamic powers that exerted immense pressure upon the beleaguered Crusader states? The tantalizing prospect emerged that if the revered Red Cross of the temple could symbolically and literally ride in unison with the majestic banners of the Great Khan, then perhaps the holy city of Jerusalem itself, so central to their faith, could finally be liberated and reclaimed. Consequently, a series of diplomatic missives were painstakingly dispatched, traversing vast, desolate deserts and sweeping steppes, each bearing the authoritative seals of various European kings and the distinguished signatures of high-ranking Templar commanders. The replies received from the Mongol leadership, however, proved consistently enigmatic and often perplexing. Some messages offered tantalizing glimmers of promise, hinting at potential cooperation, while others were subtly imbued with thinly veiled threats. The Mongols, in their communications, frequently articulated a cosmological vision of a singular, overarching heaven beneath whose dominion all humankind must ultimately submit. Yet they conspicuously refrained from specifying precisely which divine entity held ultimate sway over this universal firmament. Nevertheless, amidst the resonant din of thundering hooves and the violent clangor of clashing steel, a further, more profound stratum of enigma began to manifest itself. The Knights Templar gradually ascertained that the formidable Mongols themselves held in deep veneration certain clandestine teachers and sagacious figures. Wise individuals who expounded upon a cosmic order of existence far more ancient than any established temple or written scripture known to humanity. Among these revered spiritual practitioners were powerful shamans, their countenances dramatically adorned with ritualistic patterns of ash and ochre, who engaged in mesmerizing drum rituals until the very ground beneath them appeared to reverberate with seismic intensity. Concurrently, hushed murmurs spoke of communities of Nestorian Christians who had successfully established deep roots among various Mongol tribes, flourishing in these remote regions long before their existence had ever garnered the attention of the Western world. In the possession of these Eastern Christians were various sacred relics, including crosses of remarkably unconventional designs, ancient texts that seamlessly interwoven elements of profound Eastern philosophy with the sacred narratives of the Gospels, and an array of enigmatic symbols that resonated with an eerie and uncannily familiar resonance for the discerning knights. A particular historical account vividly narrates a memorable night when a high-ranking Templar commander received a rare and privileged invitation to observe an authentic Mongol ritual conducted upon the vast, unencumbered expanse of the open steppe. Under the glittering canopy of countless stars, which seemed to stretch infinitely across the heavens, a formidable circle of horsemen meticulously arranged themselves. At the very core of this solemn formation, a powerful shaman meticulously cast symbolic offerings into a crackling fire, strands of horsehair, drops of sacrificial blood, and a measure of fermented drink. The collective chanting emanating from the participants steadily intensified, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the sacred psalms intoned within the distant, hallowed chapels of Christendom. As the sparks from the ritualistic fire spiraled gracefully skyward, seemingly borne aloft into the boundless vault of heaven, the shaman delivered a profound declaration. He proclaimed that all earthly empires, irrespective of their power or grandeur, were ultimately nothing more than transient reflections, mere shadows of a far more magnificent and enduring kingdom, a realm invisible to the mortal eye, yet eternally inscribed and intricately etched into the very fabric of the celestial sky. The Templar, a man whose spirit had been rigorously tempered and toughened by countless years of brutal warfare, experienced an unexpected and profound shiver traversing his being. He wrestled with a deeply unsettling question. Was this extraordinary vision a sacrilegious blasphemy, an affront to his established faith? Or did it, perhaps, represent a transcendent truth too immense and all-encompassing for the rigid doctrines of the Church to adequately articulate or even acknowledge? The Mongols stood as unparalleled masters, not solely in the brutal artistry of warfare, but also in the intricate domain of intelligence and communication. Their network of swift couriers, mounted on agile horses, conveyed vital messages across their vast empire with a celerity unmatched by any contemporary European system. Through this sophisticated web, they gained an intimate understanding of the geopolitical equilibrium of various realms, discerning with piercing clarity the inherent strengths and latent vulnerabilities of their adversaries. For the Knights Templar, an order that had long cultivated an identity as the discreet custodians of esoteric knowledge, this profound command over the invisible currents of power resonated deeply, striking a resonant chord within their own secret doctrines. A nascent curiosity began to stir among them, prompting a disquieting question. Were the Mongols simply formidable conquerors? Or did they too possess an elusive fragment of the great, overarching secret that the Templars themselves guarded? Yet this intriguing possibility did not garner universal assent among the Brotherhood. For every sagacious knight who perceived the potential for strategic alliances or shared understanding, another beheld only imminent peril and unadulterated destruction. The Mongol hordes had, after all, systematically razed flourishing cities, leaving behind vast, desolate fields of bones in their relentless wake, and irreverently trampled countless holy places beneath the hooves of their galloping steeds. Could such agents of widespread devastation ever truly forge a common cause with the hallowed guardians of the temple? This profound debate reverberated through hushed councils held beneath the flickering, uncertain glow of campfires, remaining stubbornly unresolved and casting an uneasy shadow. Nevertheless, one undeniable truth persistently asserted itself. Wherever the Mongol Imperium extended its reach, it invariably left in its wake trade routes that were markedly safer than before. Markets that flourished with unprecedented richness and interregional connections that deepened considerably. The legendary Silk Road, in particular, thrived under their vigilant oversight, and with its burgeoning prosperity, the flow of knowledge across continents surged dramatically. The Templars, moving with their characteristic stealth and discretion, followed these newly fortified veins of connection, venturing ever deeper into exotic lands that no pope had ever officially sanctioned them to enter. Within the confines of their most confidential journals, certain knights painstakingly recorded astonishing tales of formidable Mongol fortresses, rumored to house ancient scrolls, to guard venerated relics, and to serve as sanctuaries where wise sages were routinely consulted before the commencement of any significant military campaign. These clandestine entries hinted that the Khan himself, though an absolute ruler of iron will and boundless authority, frequently deferred to the counsel of these hidden advisors who purportedly claimed direct descent from ancient primordial bloodlines. Such whispers were inherently perilous, for they dared to suggest that even the most fearsome and expansive empire on earth ultimately bowed its knee to an unseen, transcendent truth. The Templars emerged from these profound encounters irrevocably changed. They had embarked on their perilous journey seeking a pragmatic alliance, but they departed burdened with questions far more profound and unsettling. Could it truly be that the Mongols, so terrible in their martial prowess and so vast in their territorial reach, were in fact unwitting stewards of the very same hidden current of wisdom that the Templars had dedicated their lives to serving? Did their sprawling empire of nomadic riders inadvertently brush against the ultimate secret that the Church feared above all else? The knights carried these momentous questions as they pressed further east into distant lands where the meticulously drawn maps of Europe abruptly ended, and the very fabric of the world itself seemed to dissolve into the ethereal mists of myth. The Silk Road was never a singular, well-defined thoroughfare, but rather an intricate, living tapestry woven from countless interlinking roads, verdant oases, and treacherous mountain passes. These arteries of commerce and culture carried not merely precious silk and aromatic spices, but also profound ideas, guarded secrets, and the faint whispers of forgotten kingdoms. The Knights Templar, once primarily confined to the austere stone fortresses of Outremer, found themselves inexorably drawn deeper into this vast, pulsating network, much like moths irresistibly compelled towards a distant, shimmering flame. It was a widely held belief that whoever could effectively master the intricate workings of the Silk Road could, by extension, exert a decisive influence over the very flow and evolution of civilizations themselves. For along its sinuous, winding paths lay the undeniable pulse of the world, a vibrant current of exchange and transformation. Initially, the knights traversed this legendary route as conspicuous strangers. Their distinctive white mantles, once a striking and revered sight on the blood-soaked battlefields of the Holy Land, here served only to starkly mark them as undeniable outsiders. Yet, under the vast, shifting shadows cast by passing caravans and across the shimmering, mirage-laden heat of expansive desert plateaus, they gradually learned the art of adaptation. They rode alongside seasoned merchants hailing from the fabled city of Samarkand, shared simple bread with astute Sogdian traders, and listened with rapt attention to to the myriad stories recounted in hushed, reverent voices beneath the awe-inspiring canopy of star-lit skies. The road, they slowly came to realize, was itself a sacred space, a kind of mobile temple, a unique place where the disparate cultures of the East and West converged not in violent conflict, but in a profound and mutually enriching exchange. It was during these extensive and transformative journeys that the Templars encountered an array of relics and artifacts unlike any they had ever witnessed or conceived of in Europe. From the bustling, vibrant markets of Kashgar came exquisitely crafted scrolls bound in luxurious silk, their intricate characters flowing across the parchment like miniature, meandering rivers. In the labyrinthine bazaars of Bukhara, they beheld breathtaking mosaics shimmering with celestial stars and complex geometric patterns that uncannily mirrored their own sacred, esoteric symbols. From the serene Buddhist monks, they heard profound parables that spoke not of a singular Messiah, but of countless bodhisattvas, each embodying and carrying the boundless spirit of compassion across the vast expanse of the ages. These unfamiliar teachings stirred something profoundly deep within their very beings. For beneath the superficial veneer of cultural and religious difference, they sensed an unmistakable echo of the very truths they had been sworn to guard in absolute silence. One particular chronicler among the order, whose name has been meticulously erased from all official records, penned an extraordinary account of a hidden library nestled within the ancient city of Merv. There, in a vaulted subterranean chamber situated beneath the crumbling ruins of a Zoroastrian fire temple, he claimed to have discovered priceless manuscripts that seamlessly blended the rigorous logic of Greek philosophy with the ethereal insights of Persian mysticism, alongside early Christian gospels long believed to have been irrevocably destroyed. These extraordinary texts spoke with a unified voice of a singular wisdom, a divine fire carried resiliently from age to age, perpetually shifting in its outward form, yet never truly extinguished. The knights who were privileged to behold such profound knowledge swore a solemn oath to protect it, even if that protection necessitated concealing its existence from their own church. However, the Silk Road was also a domain fraught with inherent dangers. Ruthless bandits frequently haunted its treacherous mountain passes, and sudden ferocious storms of sand could effortlessly swallow entire caravans, leaving no trace. The Templars swiftly learned to travel in meticulous disguise, their distinctive white mantles carefully hidden beneath the voluminous robes of ordinary traders, their formidable swords discreetly wrapped in cloth so as not to attract undue attention. They painstakingly carved secret marks into the enduring stones of isolated way stations, enigmatic signs intelligible only to their brethren, serving as vital guides for any who might follow in their wake. To the casual eye of the common populace, they appeared to be nothing more than humble pilgrims or itinerant merchants. In truth, they were intrepid seekers of a deeper, more profound current running beneath the visible, superficial world. There were many nights when they camped in profound silence beside small, crackling desert fires, their minds heavy with the weight of profound contradictions. Were they still truly knights of Christendom, bound by their sacred vows to defend the faith? Or had they irrevocably transformed into solitary wanderers, relentlessly chasing elusive shadows through vast alien lands that the Pope himself would never deign to bless? Each man carried his own complex answer to these existential questions. Yet, the relentless pull of the road, inexorably bound them together, drawing them ever further east. The whispers they meticulously gathered spoke of hidden kingdoms nestled deep within inaccessible mountains, of ancient monasteries where reclusive monks guarded relics far older than the city of Rome, and of sagacious individuals who possessed the rare ability to read the intricate patterns of the stars and speak of destinies not yet fully written. The Templars pursued these tantalizing threads with a devotion bordering on fervent obsession. They held a profound belief that in the mystical East lay not only treasures of silk and jade, but also precious fragments of the very secret that had once been entrusted to them in the hallowed city of Jerusalem. A secret, they believed, powerful enough to fundamentally reshape the entire world. In the bustling trading hub of Samarkand, a city adorned with gleaming turquoise domes and vibrant markets overflowing with exotic fragrances, they heard captivating tales of a secretive sect of mystics who spoke reverently of a veiled chalice. Some whispered that it was a tangible relic, meticulously hidden within a remote monastery nestled beyond the formidable Pamir Mountains. Others vehemently claimed it was not an object at all, but rather a sacred bloodline, carried silently and secretly through countless generations. The knights listened intently, exercising extreme caution not to betray how closely these intriguing tales mirrored the very whispers they themselves had meticulously guarded since the tragic fall of their temple in Jerusalem. By this juncture, their epic journey had transcended mere reconnaissance. It had evolved into a profound pilgrimage, an arduous quest, and a self-imposed exile, all simultaneously. Each mile carried them further from the restrictive reach of kings and popes, deeper into an expansive realm where diverse faiths intertwined and the distinct lines of history blurred into an indistinguishable continuum. The Templars gradually began to realize that the Church had always harbored a profound fear of this particular road, not primarily for its inherent physical dangers, but rather for the radical revelations it so freely offered. For here, in the very heart of Asia, the singular truth could not be monopolized or contained. It flowed freely, exchanged with the same ease as silk and spices, carried on the eloquent tongues of countless storytellers, and carefully concealed within the intricate folds of sacred scripture. One serene night, as they traversed a desolate steppe under a sky thick with an uncountable multitude of stars, a senior knight spoke softly to his companions. "Perhaps," he mused, his voice barely a whisper, "the road itself is the Grail, not a mere cup, not a specific bloodline, but a universal path that intricately binds the world together, demonstrating to us that no singular truth can ever truly belong to one throne, one temple, or one pope alone." His profound words lingered in the crisp, cold night air, simultaneously unsettling in their implications and luminous in their unexpected wisdom, much like the persistent glow of embers refusing to die. By the time the Templars finally reached the formidable shadow of the towering mountains that geographically separated the East from the further East, they had undergone a profound metamorphosis, becoming something the traditional church would no longer recognize. They were still formidable warriors, yes, but they had also evolved into astute guardians of riddles, insightful interpreters of intricate symbols, and relentless seekers of profound wisdom, carried discreetly within caravans of shadow. Their revered order had tragically fallen in Europe, mercilessly hunted by avaricious kings and unequivocally condemned by the authority of Rome. But here, On the boundless roads of silk and shadow, they were gradually transforming into something entirely new and unforeseen, something that the Church could neither fully perceive nor effectively control. The caravans that meticulously wound their way across the vast expanse of the Silk Road were far more than simple lines of camels silhouetted against the distant horizon. They constituted living veins, through which flowed the very lifeblood of countless civilizations. With every melodic bell that jingled from a camel's neck, another captivating tale was carried forward. Stories of powerful emperors and shrewd merchants, of lost kingdoms swallowed by time and hidden faiths persevering in secret. The Knights Templar, meticulously disguised as humble traders and devout pilgrims, became an integral part of this endless, flowing procession. They quickly discerned that the caravan served not only as a vital protection from marauding bandits and unforgiving storms, but also as a bustling marketplace of clandestine secrets, where the most invaluable treasures were not always material goods, but rather profound and elusive knowledge. Among the long, winding trains of camels, heavily laden with bolts of shimmering silk, baskets of fragrant saffron, and intricately carved ivory, the Templars adopted a strategy of listening far more than they spoke. They sat in quiet contemplation by the crackling fires of nomadic Turkic herders, their faces illuminated by the dancing sparks and swirling smoke, hearing awe-inspiring accounts of towering mountains that could swallow entire armies whole. They shared steaming tea with enigmatic Persian merchants who spoke in veiled, allegorical words of sacred objects that had been moved in absolute silence, items that had traversed vast deserts without ever being noticed by powerful kings or cunning thieves. In the bustling, chaotic stops where diverse caravans converged, they exchanged coins not merely for sustenance, but for hushed, invaluable whispers of intelligence. It was said that a venerable merchant from Nishapur once recounted to them the tale of a mysterious relic that had journeyed east generations prior. A vessel, purportedly inscribed with ancient Hebrew letters, had been carried into India during times of intense persecution. Another claimed that precious scrolls containing hidden gospels had been bartered for exquisite jade somewhere along the remote Tarim Basin. Each of these stories seemed, on the surface, utterly improbable. Yet, the astute knights gathered them meticulously like precious pearls, stringing them together into a rich, intricate tapestry of possibility. They did not dismiss such rumors out of hand, for they themselves were the sworn guardians of profound secrets that others deemed impossible. The arduous journey along the ancient caravan routes presented an unrelenting test of endurance. Each day unfolded into seemingly endless marches beneath a scorching sun that bleached the very bones of the desert, while nights were spent enduring the biting chill of winds that swept across the vast, desolate plains. Perilous sandstorms could materialize without a moment's notice, transforming the atmosphere into a maelstrom of blinding chaos, where even the most seasoned and formidable warriors found themselves disoriented and adrift. The Knights Templar, ever reliant on the profound wisdom of the caravan guides, entrusted their lives to these extraordinary men who possessed an innate ability to decipher the desert's intricate topography as if it were a meticulously drawn chart, unerringly locating concealed oases and vital water sources where no uninitiated traveler would ever conceive of looking. In a reciprocal act of profound trust, the knights extended their formidable protection, their concealed blades glinting with lethal efficiency when marauding raiders dared to launch their predatory assaults. On numerous occasions, the very continued existence of an entire caravan owed its preservation to the quiet, unyielding ferocity of these enigmatic men, who, despite presenting themselves as mere merchants, fought with the synchronized precision and unwavering discipline characteristic of a highly trained military legion. These sprawling caravans themselves were, in essence, mobile bastions, veritable moving fortresses traversing the shifting sands. The stoic camels, beasts of burden renowned for their resilience, transported not merely commercial goods, but also ingeniously crafted hidden compartments designed to clandestinely convey invaluable treasures, ensuring their passage remained utterly unnoticed. Certain shrewd merchants cunningly enshrouded rare and ancient texts within substantial bolts of silk, a stratagem that cleverly augmented the cloth's weight without provoking the slightest hint of suspicion. Others meticulously intertwined encrypted patterns into the very fabric of intricately woven carpets, thus enabling the transmission of vital intelligence across vast continents without the necessity of a single written word. The Templars, observing these ingenious methods with profound fascination, recognized in them a striking parallel to their own clandestine practices. Sacred crosses subtly integrated into complex geometric designs, urgent messages deftly obscured within the pages of devotional prayer books, and invaluable knowledge meticulously safeguarded not by the imposing strength of physical walls, but by the subtle artistry of intricate craft. It was amidst these demanding months that the Templars began to catch faint, intriguing whispers concerning a particular caravan, one that was rumored to be profoundly unlike any other they had encountered. This specific convoy, as recounted by various travelers, was said to transport no mundane, everyday commodities. Its precious cargo was enveloped in an almost palpable aura of profound silence, its dedicated guards exhibiting a level of unwavering devotion that far surpassed the mercenary loyalty typically bought with coin. Some fervent accounts posited that it bore a sacred relic of the revered Buddha, perhaps a minute fragment of bone reverently enshrined within an exquisite casing of pure gold. Other, more hushed rumors insinuated that within its heavily fortified chests reposed ancient scrolls, their age predating any known empire, meticulously sealed against the relentless erosion of time itself. Yet, there were also more ominous murmurs suggesting that the caravan was, in fact, safeguarding a clandestine bloodline, a living heir whose paramount protection was considered to be of far greater worth than any quantity of gold or the finest silk. The Templars, encountering these compelling narratives reiterated in the bustling marketplaces of distant cities, found themselves irresistibly drawn, unable to quell the burgeoning suspicion that destiny itself was, in some mysterious fashion, actively beckoning them further along their eastward path. By seamlessly integrating themselves with these various caravans, the venerable knights not only achieved the crucial objective of moving entirely unobserved through the perilous landscapes, but also systematically began to chart an intricate, expansive network of clandestine allies. Resourceful Armenian traders became vital conduits, expertly relaying their urgent messages westward across vast distances. Enigmatic Sufi mystics, with their profound spiritual insights, transmitted crucial knowledge through the evocative power of song and the subtle language of symbolic gestures. Nestorian Christians, adherents of an ancient Eastern branch of Christianity, extended their warm welcome, inviting the knights into their humble chapels, often hewn directly from the rugged faces of desert rock formations. Through these profound interactions, the Templars gradually began to perceive the legendary Silk Road not merely as a commercial thoroughfare, but as a sprawling, spiritual edifice, a vast, encompassing cathedral without conventional walls, a sacred space where the devout adherents of myriad creeds offered their prayers to the same unseen, transcendent source, albeit invoking it under a multitude of different appellations. And yet, despite these burgeoning alliances and the profound spiritual insights gained, danger lurked insidiously with every single step they took. The formidable Mongols, a nomadic people who had surged forth like an unstoppable tempest across the vast expanse of Asia, now held dominion over immense tracts of land. Their ruthless generals possessed the absolute authority to conscript entire caravans into their service, mercilessly stripping them bare of their valuable contents or imposing ruinous taxes that brought them to utter destitution. The Templars, exercising extreme caution so as not to incite any suspicion, occasionally offered their specialized skills to these powerful warlords, assisting in the construction of robust fortifications, providing sagacious counsel on matters of trade, and even subtly imparting whispers of sophisticated military strategies honed during the Crusades. In return for their invaluable expertise, they secured safe passage through territories that would otherwise be impenetrable and, on rare occasions, something even more precious, privileged access to the Mongols' extensive archives, where diligent scribes had meticulously amassed countless scrolls and ancient texts from their recently conquered lands. One such archive, it was rumored, contained precious fragments of Manichaean scripture, the last vestiges of a complex faith that had long since vanished from the Western world. Another repository held extraordinary astronomical charts, meticulously compiled in China, which charted the celestial heavens with an astonishing degree of precision utterly unknown to contemporary European scholars. The knights painstakingly copied these invaluable documents, discreetly concealing them within their travel packs, as if they were nothing more than ordinary merchants' jottings. To merely possess such esoteric knowledge was a perilous undertaking in itself. To openly disclose its existence would have undoubtedly constituted an invitation to certain death, both from the unforgiving scrutiny of the Church and the jealous authority of the Crown. As the Templars ventured ever deeper into the mysterious East, they gradually assimilated into the unique rhythm of caravan life. The deliberate, measured plodding of the camel's hooves against the sand, the hypnotic chants of the drivers echoing across the vast expanse, and the profound way in which the stars themselves transformed into celestial signposts, guiding them across the unforgiving, barren lands. Yet beneath this newfound routine, a quiet, persistent urgency pulsed, an intuitive sense that something momentous awaited them further along their winding path. Every new, bustling city they encountered, every hushed rumor they overheard, every hidden chapel they discovered, propelled them closer to a profound revelation they were not yet able to articulate. They were no longer merely knights of Europe, bound solely by their Occidental origins. They had, in a sense, transformed into something far stranger and more enigmatic, guardians traversing under a myriad of banners, protectors of ancient secrets meticulously stitched into the very fabric of the legendary road itself. And with each purposeful step they took, they carried not only the weight of their own profound mystery, but also countless fragments of other, equally profound enigmas, gathering them assiduously, much as caravans accumulate the fine desert dust, until the cumulative weight of it all became far too immense for any single religious order or any one established church to adequately contain. The vast caravans continued their relentless progression, winding through towering mountains and across desolate deserts, bearing precious spices, luxurious silks, and profound shadows alike. And amidst them, cloaked in layers of dust and enveloped in an almost sacred silence, the Knights Templar steadfastly pursued their clandestine pilgrimage eastward, following an elusive trail that no pope could ever officially sanction and no earthly king could ever hope to truly control. There were transcendent moments along the Templars' clandestine odyssey when the vast, relentless desert would suddenly give way, opening dramatically into a verdant, life-giving oasis. And there, nestled behind groves of swaying palm trees or intricately carved into the sheer faces of towering cliffs, they would discover sanctuaries that appeared to predate recorded memory. These were not the grand, imposing cathedrals of stone that dominated the European landscape, but rather small, unassuming secret chapels, painstakingly constructed by hands that had labored in profound silence, deliberately hidden from the omnipresent gaze of the empires that held sway above them. Within the ancient caves of the formidable Taklamakan Desert, they unearthed delicate frescoes, their vibrant colors slowly fading into the fine dust of ages, depicting painted saints whose serene eyes seemed to embody both Christian and Buddhist sensibilities, clad in flowing robes that appeared to merge distinct spiritual traditions. Candles flickered softly before humble altars where sacred symbols of the cross were intricately carved, alongside delicate lotus petals, as if the original builders had perceived no inherent contradiction in this profound blending of disparate worlds. The Templars stood in silent awe, recognizing that in these hallowed spaces, faith had discovered an extraordinary means to not only survive but to flourish robustly, entirely independent of the formal approval of Rome or the sacred authority of Jerusalem. In the ancient lands of Persia, they entered modest chapels meticulously maintained by devoted Nestorian Christians, their priests adorned in simple, unadorned robes, offering their prayers in the ancient, resonant cadences of Syriac. These small, intimate sanctuaries were decorated not with the ostentatious glitter of gold, but with the elegant simplicity of carved doves and radiant stars. One venerable elder, his magnificent beard flowing like a pristine river of snow, graciously presented the Templars with an ancient manuscript, its worn leather binding testifying to centuries of careful handling. Its intricate script recounted tales of a distant era when apostles had journeyed eastward, carrying with them profound words that had taken deep root far beyond the reach of imperial oversight. The Templars, recognizing familiar spiritual cadences within an unfamiliar tongue, grasped the profound truth that the sacred message they had sworn to guard was not confined solely to the geographical boundaries of Europe. It had, in fact, long since traversed formidable mountains and vast, treacherous seas. There were even hushed whispers of even more deeply hidden churches nestled within the rugged mountains of Armenia and the secluded valleys of India, where ancient stone walls bore inscriptions not in the familiar Latin but in enigmatic languages that the knights had never before encountered or studied. In one tranquil village situated along the majestic Indus River, they discovered a chapel whose floor was meticulously inlaid with intricate patterns of stars. A venerable monk explained that these celestial patterns precisely aligned with the heavens above, and that the very structure of the chapel itself served as a profound map, guiding those who possessed the wisdom to interpret it toward a greater, transcendent truth. The Templars, deeply moved, left offerings there, sensing with an almost spiritual certainty that they had touched upon the very edge of something eternal and boundless. Many of these sacred chapels were vigilantly guarded not by armed soldiers, but by a profound, almost palpable silence. Their precise locations were meticulously passed down through countless generations, whispered only to pilgrims who had unequivocally proven themselves worthy of such sacred trust. A weary traveler might only learn of such a sanctuary after many months of shared companionship on the road. Once initial suspicion had irrevocably given way to a deep-seated bond of trust. To casual outsiders, these hallowed places appeared to be nothing more than ordinary caves or long-abandoned shrines. Yet within, the air was thick with the fragrant scent of incense, and the ancient walls bore inscriptions of prayers that were strictly forbidden in kingdoms where the established church held absolute dominion. The Templars began to perceive these clandestine sanctuaries as vital way stations in their own secret, spiritual pilgrimage. In each, they were powerfully reminded that true faith could never be truly contained by artificial borders or by rigid authoritarian decrees. In one particular cave, they discovered a simple, unadorned wooden cross, reverently draped with fresh flowers. In another, they encountered a striking mural of Christ, painted with features that were distinctly more Eastern than Western. His eyes, long and serenely contemplative, and his hand gently raised in a gesture of blessing over a people far removed from the influence of Rome. Each profound encounter deepened their unwavering conviction that their sacred order had not been brought into existence merely to engage in earthly wars, but rather to serve a higher purpose, to safeguard profound mysteries that transcended the often petty battles of kings and empires. Some of these chapels carefully preserved relics, objects of quiet, profound devotion passed down through the generations in utmost secrecy. A small fragment of cloth, rumored to have originated from sacred Jerusalem. A chalice exquisitely carved from dark onyx, filled not with sacramental wine, but with pure desert water during their solemn ceremonies. A weathered tablet, etched with words that spoke of hidden gospels, narratives deliberately excluded from the official canon. The valiant knights, understanding the profound spiritual weight of these artifacts, did not attempt to acquire these relics for themselves, but instead meticulously memorized the ancient prayers whispered over them, carrying those sacred words in the silence of their hearts as if they were invaluable treasures of their very own. Yet, not all who approached these hallowed chapels came with genuine reverence or pure intentions. There were ever-present spies dispatched by various empires, perpetually eager to expose what lay hidden, to bring these quiet, autonomous sanctuaries under the oppressive heel of powerful kings. The Templars, ever vigilant, sometimes stood guard throughout the long desert nights, cloaked in the deep shadows, their formidable swords drawn only if the sacred silence and security of the sanctuary were directly threatened. They evolved into unseen protectors of these unique spiritual spaces, places that belonged simultaneously to no one and to everyone. For them, this profound role felt less like a solemn duty and more like an undeniable, preordained destiny. It was within one of these secluded chapels, nestled deep in the rugged mountains near the ancient city of Samarkand, that they heard a story that would irrevocably alter the course of their entire journey. A venerable monk, his voice no louder than the delicate flicker of a single candle flame, recounted to them a powerful prophecy. It spoke of valiant knights who would arrive from the distant west, bearing the deep, unhealed wounds of profound betrayal, and who would, in the mystical East, discover not only a much-needed refuge but also a transformative revelation. The prophecy further spoke of a profound secret, buried deep within the lands beyond the towering mountains, a truth that had been meticulously hidden for countless centuries, patiently awaiting the arrival of guardians brave and resolute enough to carry its profound message forward into the future. The Templars departed from the ancient chapel that evening in profound silence, the biting desert wind whipping around their cloaked figures. No words were exchanged, yet an unspoken conviction settled upon each man. Their arduous journey had transcended mere banishment. They had, by some unseen force, been drawn into an intricate tapestry of fate, a grand design that spanned vast continents and connected them to venerable voices that had resonated through the ages, long before their own genesis. Thus, with every secluded sanctuary, every rock-hewn altar illuminated by a solitary candle, these knights meticulously safeguarded not only the esoteric tenets of their own brotherhood, but also the profound spiritual heritage of countless devout individuals whose names had been lost to history. The path stretching before them remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet they strode forward with unwavering resolve, acting as vigilant custodians of profound secrets that reached far beyond the ephemeral boundaries of earthly kingdoms and the relentless march of time itself. Before the Templars, the legendary Silk Road uncoiled like a serpentine river of fine dust and boundless opportunity, weaving its intricate course across arid deserts, formidable mountain ranges, and vibrant urban centers where a cacophony of languages mingled and clashed like ocean waves. Caravans laden with precious silks, aromatic spices, and dazzling jewels proceeded with a soft creaking, their many bells chiming gently in the parched breeze. Yet, beneath this bustling surface of commerce and the shimmering allure of material wealth, flowed deeper, far more ancient currents, streams of recondite knowledge and clandestine lore, meticulously passed from hand to hand, like precious coins under the cloak of night. The Templars, adopting a shrewd disguise, had carefully folded away their distinctive white mantles, their formidable swords discreetly sheathed beneath unassuming cloaks. Among the throngs of traders, they seamlessly integrated, transforming themselves into merchants, diligently acquiring the art of haggling over bolts of exquisite cloth and small pouches of piquant pepper. Their formerly authoritative voices softened, adapting to the nuanced tones of commercial negotiation and guarded discourse. Nevertheless, their gaze remained acutely vigilant, constantly scanning for subtle indications that this ancient thoroughfare carried more than just tangible commodities, that it also bore the faint whispers of the profound mysteries they so earnestly pursued. Upon reaching Samarkand, they discovered a city that transcended its physical form, appearing less as a mere location and more as a vibrant, living tome of human experience. Towering minarets soared gracefully into the azure heavens, their intricate tiles shimmering with an ethereal glow, mirroring the distant stars, while the bustling markets thrummed with a vibrant symphony of voices originating from every conceivable corner of the known world. Here, with striking vividness, a shrewd Venetian merchant might be observed bartering lustrous glass beads with a distinguished Mongol noble. There, under the dappled shade of a venerable fig tree, a learned Persian scholar engaged in an animated philosophical debate with an insightful Indian traveler. The Templars, maintaining a quiet demeanor, absorbed these myriad fragments of knowledge, meticulously charting the invisible, intricate connections that bound together such disparate lands. Within the hallowed libraries of Samarkand, meticulously safeguarded by erudite scholars whose eyes gleamed with the intense fire of intellectual passion, they glimpsed ancient texts that seemed utterly improbable to their Western sensibilities. Scrolls meticulously penned in classical Greek contained profound philosophical treatises once believed to be irrevocably lost to European thought. Extensive treatises on the art of medicine detailed astonishing cures, utterly unknown in the West, employing potent herbs meticulously gathered from the soaring slopes of the Himalayan mountains. And then, in a secluded, securely locked chamber, they were presented with a fragile parchment that alluded to a sacred bloodline, one that had journeyed eastward, a revelation that sent an immediate, profound stir through their very hearts. The script was undeniably ancient, its delicate letters curling gracefully like intricate vines. And although the venerable scholar who unveiled it professed no personal understanding of its profound meaning, the Templars instantly recognized the unmistakable echo of their own clandestine quest, a resonance that affirmed their path. Venturing further east, into the vibrant city of Kashgar, they stepped into a bustling market at the break of dawn, where diligent traders meticulously unfurled magnificent rugs adorned with symbols that possessed an uncanny familiarity. Intricate crosses intricately woven within circles, radiant stars elegantly intersecting with delicate lilies. These motifs bore an astonishing resemblance to those meticulously carved into the venerable Templar chapels scattered across Europe. When they discreetly inquired about the genesis of these enigmatic patterns, the local weavers merely offered a nonchalant shrug, explaining that they had been instructed by their grandmothers, who in turn had inherited the knowledge from enigmatic strangers who had merely passed through the region generations earlier. It was as if a spectral presence, a silent harbinger of their own revered order, had already traversed these ancient routes long before their own physical arrival, leaving behind these subtle, enduring marks. As night descended, gathered around the flickering campfires of the various caravans, the Templars intently listened to a myriad of captivating stories. There were vivid tales of dedicated monks who had courageously traversed vast, unforgiving deserts, meticulously safeguarding hidden gospels, poignant legends of a sacred chalice that had once reposed within a prosperous city, now tragically swallowed by shifting sands and hushed whispers of western knights, valiant figures who had inexplicably vanished eastward many generations prior, their ultimate fates shrouded in profound mystery. Regardless of whether these narratives constituted verifiable truth or merely enduring myth, they were recounted with a palpable reverence that instilled within the knights a growing conviction that they were not entirely solitary in their monumental journey, that unseen connections bound them to a larger, timeless narrative. However, the Silk Road was not merely a thoroughfare of trade and ancient lore. It was also a perilous landscape fraught with inherent dangers. Cunning bandits lay in wait among the shifting dunes, poised to descend upon weary and unsuspecting travelers. On one particular night, under the shroud of a moonless sky, the Templars gallantly rode forth to defend a caravan of industrious Chinese merchants whose wagons had been mercilessly set upon by a band of ruthless raiders. Their polished blades flashed through the darkness like fleeting fragments of lightning, and though the valiant knights meticulously refrained from revealing their true, sacred identities, the grateful merchants recounted tales afterward of mysterious white shadows who fought with the formidable strength of 10 men. Such extraordinary stories, whispered with awe across bustling markets and cozy inns, gradually contributed to the burgeoning myth of spectral guardians, silently haunting and protecting the ancient trade routes. In the challenging, high passes of the Pamirs, where the very air grew thin and crystalline, and the celestial stars seemed so close as to be almost within reach, the Templars uncovered yet another profound mystery. A seasoned caravan leader, with an air of quiet wisdom, guided them to a secluded shrine meticulously carved into the solid rock face, where the walls were adorned with intricate constellations, their delicate lines traced by the flickering glow of numerous oil lamps. "This is the map of the road," the sagacious leader explained, his voice hushed. "But it is not of earth. It is of the heavens." The Templars stood in stunned silence, a profound realization dawning upon them. These ancient merchants had navigated their arduous journeys not solely by terrestrial landmarks and well-worn trails, but by the intricate, unchanging patterns of the celestial bodies themselves. This revelation powerfully echoed whispered rumors within their own revered order. Rumors that the sacred architecture of their temples was meticulously aligned with the heavens, suggesting an overarching unified design where earth and sky were inextricably linked, parts of a singular, divine blueprint. Nevertheless, the most profound enigma of the Silk Road was not to be found in its exotic merchandise, its inherent perils, or even its ancient shrines. It resided instead in the enduring, unbroken chain of connection it represented. This vast network unveiled a world where abstract ideas could flow as freely and seamlessly as the finest silk, where profound secrets could effortlessly leap across vast continents, cunningly disguised as captivating stories, melodic songs, or enigmatic symbols. The Templars, moving with quiet purpose through this living, pulsating river of humanity and commerce, came to a deep understanding that their sacred quest was not merely to safeguard ancient relics alone, but to meticulously protect the subtle, hidden threads that intricately bound diverse civilizations together, ensuring the continuity of shared human experience. One particular night, as they established their camp beneath a magnificent canopy of shimmering stars, a learned scholar traveling alongside them recited a verse in a language that none of the knights recognized. He then elucidated its meaning, explaining that it spoke of a sacred cup, not one fashioned from stone, but metaphorically composed of flesh and blood, a living lineage carried eastward by those who desperately sought refuge from relentless persecution. The knights exchanged swift, knowing glances. The words resonated far too closely with the very core of their own profound secret to be dismissed as mere coincidence. A deep question stirred within them. Could the Holy Grail itself, not as a tangible artifact, but as a living, sacred lineage, have traversed these very ancient roads long before their own pilgrimage began? The Silk Road continued to draw them deeper into the heart of Asia, but more significantly, it propelled them into the powerful currents of a mystery that steadfastly refused to be confined by the boundaries of any single land or any specific faith. Every bustling city they encountered, every revered shrine they visited, every hushed legend they absorbed, seemed to point inexorably toward a profound truth that was far greater and more encompassing than the sum of its individual parts. The knights rode onward, their hearts burdened with a multitude of unresolved questions, yet their purposeful steps were guided by the intangible shadows of destiny, as if the very road itself were subtly drawing them toward a monumental revelation, patiently awaiting them just beyond the distant horizon. As they ascended into the remote valleys of Tibet, the atmospheric pressure noticeably diminished. The towering mountains grew ever more imposing, and the pervasive silence became more profound than anything the Templars had ever experienced. Pristine snow glittered like finely powdered crystal on the majestic peaks that seemed to pierce the very heavens, while vibrant prayer flags fluttered ceaselessly in the crisp wind, their myriad colors carrying ancient mantras into the boundless azure sky. The Templars, their bodies weary from months of relentless travel along the arduous Silk Road, found themselves entering a world utterly unlike any they had previously encountered. A mystical realm where the very fabric of time appeared to be suspended, where every ancient stone seemed to whisper softly of eternity. It was in this ethereal landscape that they encountered the venerable monks, the silent guardians of the hidden sutras. Their monastery clung precariously to a sheer cliffside, resembling a solitary white flame against the rugged rock, its sacred walls adorned with magnificent murals, its hallowed halls resonating with the deep, resonant hum of chants that seemed to reverberate through the very soul. The monks, with an air of profound serenity, welcomed the strangers without a single question, offering them bowls of warm butter tea, a comforting balm against the biting mountain chill, and a tranquil space among their community to find much-needed rest. The Templars, ever cautious, spoke little of their true identities, yet the monks appeared to perceive beyond their silence, as though their ancient eyes possessed the uncanny ability to pierce through the most intricate veils of secrecy. At night, within chambers softly illuminated by the flickering glow of yak butter lamps, the knights were reverently shown scrolls so ancient and delicate that the parchment flaked away at the slightest touch. These were the hidden sutras, sacred texts reputed to contain not only the profound teachings of the Buddha, but also knowledge far more ancient, precious fragments of wisdom meticulously preserved through epochs when mighty empires crumbled and once great cities dissolved into dust. The monks explained in calm, measured voices that these invaluable sutras had been painstakingly carried across formidable mountains by intrepid, wandering ascetics, diligently preserved not for the acquisition of temporal power, but solely for the safeguarding of eternal truth. One particular scroll, however, drew an audible gasp from the knights. It spoke of a song, although the term was alien to the Tibetan tongue. Its description, when carefully translated, uncannily echoed a legend the knights knew intimately well. A sacred vessel, not of inert clay, but of living spirit, carrying a profound, sacred inheritance across distant lands. Could this astonishing congruence be mere coincidence? Or had the whispered narratives of the Holy Grail traveled even to this remote corner of the world, carried by the very same mysterious currents of fate that had so powerfully guided the knights eastward on their own perilous quest. The venerable monks' method of instruction eschewed lengthy explanations, instead favoring profound demonstration. They led the awestruck knights into spacious meditation halls, where the very air vibrated with the deep, resonant tones of low chants, voices weaving together with exquisite harmony, like countless rivers converging into a vast, boundless sea of sound. The sheer resonance was so immensely powerful that the knights felt it deep within their very bones, as though the ancient stones beneath their feet hummed with a hidden, vibrant life force. They were gently invited to sit, to breathe deeply, and to allow the profound silence itself to become their teacher. And for the very first time since their revered order had tragically fallen into ruin, the knights experienced not the crushing weight of their exile, but an inexplicable, luminous peace that settled deep within their souls. In the days that followed, they gradually assimilated fragments of the monks, esoteric science, intricate charts of the celestial stars that precisely aligned with the windows of the temple, detailed diagrams of the human body meticulously traced with subtle streams of energy utterly invisible to the naked eye, and precise instructions for breathing techniques that possess the profound capacity to calm the heart and significantly sharpen the mind. Although the Templars did not fully grasp the entirety of this complex wisdom, they instinctively sensed that this was knowledge of the same profound order as their own sacred mysteries, merely another distinct path leading inexorably toward the same ultimate summit of universal truth. The sutras, however, were not solely devoted to the concept of tranquility. Within a secluded alcove, behind portals secured with crimson ligatures, the monastic order unveiled ancient scrolls. These venerable texts chronicled conflicts predating recorded history, depicting perpetual struggles between opposing cosmic forces of luminescence and gloom, eternally reoccurring and perpetually without definitive resolution. One particular manuscript detailed the existence of custodians of sacred artifacts, not unlike the Templars themselves, who had been entrusted with ineffable spiritual endowments. Another spoke of a prophecy foretelling the eventual arrival of emissaries from far-off realms, endeavoring to uncover concealed verities, propelled not by territorial ambition, but by profound spiritual longing. The knights absorbed the narrative with profound quietude. They had lived their lives convinced their sacred undertaking was unparalleled, a divinely sanctioned imperative bestowed upon their specific order. Yet here, traversing colossal mountain ranges and diverse cultural landscapes, they uncovered profound echoes of their own purpose within an alternative tradition. Figures serving as custodians, questers, and preservers of ancient sagacity. Was their path, then, not an isolated endeavor, but an integral thread in a more expansive tapestry? An interconnected network of clandestine wardens stretching across the entire world, each safeguarding a discrete portion of an overarching truth. One evening, as a gentle snowfall descended like ethereal drapery, the abbot of the monastery guided the knights to a secluded cavern nestled precariously high above the chasm. Inside, the interior surfaces were adorned with ancient frescoes, concentric geometries, fiery tendrils embracing a serene lotus bloom, and at the very core, a resplendent goblet emanating luminescence. The knights gazed in profound stupefaction, for the image was unquestionably the iconic representation of the Holy Grail. The abbot, with a subtle, knowing smile, elucidated that it was intended not as a physical receptacle, but as an emblem of enduring vitality passed through successive generations. "The cup," he declared, "is within you." This pronouncement resonated with greater force than any blade's thrust. They had pursued sacred artifacts across vast oceans, protected priceless valuables within impregnable stone strongholds, and imperiled their very existence for potent talismans. But here, in the rarefied atmosphere of the mountains, they were informed that the authentic Grail was not an object to be possessed, but a profound verity to be embodied. Yet even as they were enveloped in awe, a disquieting apprehension persisted. The abbot issued a solemn warning. Such profound insight perpetually faced peril from monarchs who endeavored to subjugate its essence, from ecclesiastics who recoiled from its implications, and from individuals who would pervert it for personal gain. "You must bear witness to what you have seen," he instructed. "Not to claim ownership, but to safeguard its luminescence until the propitious moment arrived." When the knights departed, the monastic brethren presented them with neither a tangible artifact nor an inscribed parchment to authenticate their pilgrimage. Instead, they placed a solitary ligature of intricately braided fibers into their hands, imbued with sanguine, auric, emerald, azure, and albino hues, shades mirroring the votive banners wafting gently above the monastery. "This," stated the abbot, "is not a verifiable attestation, but a poignant mnemonic. Carry it, and the very path will acknowledge your passage." The Templars departed, riding beneath the formidable, towering summits, their spirits burdened with inquiries more significant than any readily available solutions. They had pursued intellectual understanding and encountered profound self-reflection. They had endeavored to locate an artifact and discovered an illuminating epiphany, and though the colossal ranges receded into the distance behind them, the resonant reverberations of the monastic invocations appeared to accompany them, vibrating subtly within the cadence of their onward progression, propelling them towards fates yet obscured by an enigmatic penumbra. The knights made their way down from the elevated Tibetan ranges into verdant lowlands teeming with vitality. The atmosphere became milder, the terrain more luxuriant, and before long they found themselves at a pivotal nexus where disparate civilizations intersected. Here lay the Silk Road, an expansive conduit for commerce and clandestine intelligence, where processions of dromedaries advanced in extended files, their campaniles resonating like hushed supplications, transporting precious textiles, aromatic condiments, vitreous wares, and confidential information. The road was more than a simple thoroughfare for commodities. It was a flowing current of philosophical concepts, spiritual doctrines, and furtive communications that infiltrated every remote quadrant of the globe. The Templars, formerly custodians of the sacred passages of the Occident, now transformed into peripatetic explorers across this grander interconnected system. They no longer embodied the archetypal image of warriors from formidable stone bastions or temporary crusader encampments, but rather presented as enveloped figures seamlessly integrated into the moving processions, their protective panoply obscured by swathes of fabric, their emblematic insignia veiled by accumulated grime. Yet in the attentive gaze of merchants and pilgrims, they still exuded an enigmatic aura, as though others intuitively perceived they carried an extraordinary burden. Along the thoroughfare, they encountered reverberations of their own narrative. In bazaars beneath cupolas of cerulean ceramic, Islamic merchants discoursed upon clandestine fraternities sworn to safeguard arcana predating monarchical reigns. In wayfaring hostelries, cynic literati intoned verses concerning deathless luminaries who partook from chalices fashioned from nephrite, receptacles bestowing sagacity rather than libations. Even itinerant ascetics, clad in tattered garments and murmuring to the breezes, spoke of a fiery goblet protected by Occidental emissaries. The knights began to realize that their heroic narrative had advanced their physical presence, intertwined within the very fabric of the Silk Road, akin to a traded good. But the road was also replete with peril. Marauders infested its desolate expanses, launching assaults from craggy projections. Mongolian detachments exacted levies, their gaze acutely discerning of clandestine agents. Antagonistic fraternities concealed themselves in obscurity, imperceptible yet omnipresent. The Hashashin of Persia, the clandestine fellowships of Cathay, the enigmatic operatives dispatched by remote monarchies. The knights journeyed under an unspoken covenant of discretion, knowing that a single miscalculation possessed the potential to expose them to both long-standing and nascent adversaries. At night, the thoroughfare metamorphosed into an illuminated spectacle of flickering flames. Convoys arranged their conveyances in protective perimeters for safety. Blazes erupted against the frigid desert air, and a polyphony of utterances resonated in scores of languages. The Templars would maintain a discreet distance, attentively observing. A merchant might recount legends of metropolises adorned with auric pathways far to the east. A monk might tell of a hallowed peak where the celestial realm converged with the terrestrial. A traveler from India might whisper of a clandestine gem ensconced within a shrine, possessing a luminescence suggestive of sentience. Every narrative constituted a discrete fragment, a tessera within a grander, intricate mosaic, alluding to profound verities disseminated sparsely across disparate realms. It was in one such encampment that the knights came across an enigmatic presence. An enshrouded individual advanced towards them with unwavering resolve, as though his arrival had been preordained. His visage was obscured, his tone hushed, but his pronouncements resonated with unerring accuracy. You endeavor to acquire that which is inherently intangible. You pursue that which is fundamentally unpossessable. He referred to the Grail not as a sacred artifact, but as an intrinsic journey itself, interminable, circuitous, perpetually progressing. When they urged him to divulge his appellation, he responded with the unadorned declaration, "A wayfarer," and then vanished amidst the throng. They did not witness his presence thereafter. The passage of days extended into prolonged weeks, and the thoroughfare transformed into a reflective surface. Alongside every valuable possession, there existed a pilferer. For every devout individual, a deceptive impostor. For every scintilla of sagacity, a spurious imitation. The knights acquired the faculty of distinguishing veracity not through spoken declarations, but by the profound gravitas of the subsequent quietude. Should a narrative induce unease, they would disregard it. Should it engender profound quietude, they would internalize it deeply. In the magnificent metropolis of Samarkand, beneath slender turrets that shimmered like azure lances, they ventured into bustling marketplaces where parchments from Byzantium reposed adjacent to sacred texts from India, where fragrant essences of Arabia commingled with aromatic resins of Cathay. Here, they beheld the realization of their order's deepest aspirations, a pivotal intersection where the Orient and Occident inextricably interwove. Yet even here, ominous presences persisted. A communique arrived, inscribed upon a fragment of precious silk surreptitiously placed amidst their personal effects. Your brothers are watched. The West has not forgotten you. The pronouncement sent a shiver down their spines. Though vast maritime expanses and arid wildernesses lay between them and the European continent, the influence of monarchs and pontiffs still extended along the intricate pathways of the Silk Road. Somewhere among the merchants and monks, there were vigilant observers relaying intelligence across the globe. Their status had shifted from mere fugitives in the Occident to hunted individuals across the entire expanse of the world. Nevertheless, the thoroughfare presented instances of serene enchantment. They passed through arid expanses where celestial bodies blazed like incandescent streams, possessing a luminosity surpassing any firmament they had previously witnessed. They crossed gorges where the zephyr harmonized through lithic arcades, fashioned by long-vanished artisans. They entered way stations whose surfaces were inscribed with the appellations of preceding wayfarers, ages of devout voyagers imprinting their ephemeral traces upon the enduring rock. In these moments, the knights experienced a paradoxical sense of both insignificance and timelessness, borne along by an impetus predating their individual histories. Yet always the Grail exerted an insistent pressure upon their minds, not as a tangible artifact, but as an unresolved inquiry. Was its profound enigma genuinely concealed amidst these intricate flows of commerce and chronology? Or had they been merely pursuing reverberations, ephemeral images projected upon the mutable dunes of recollection? The Silk Road presented no definitive conclusions, only divergent routes. And so the knights pressed on, their forms gradually merging with the particulate earth, fading into the boundless vista, following a course that appeared to simultaneously extend universally and vanish into vacuity. The ominous presences accompanied them, quiescent and vigilant, as if the very path possessed sentience and was assaying their determination. As the Templars advanced deeper into the Orient, the more the terrestrial sphere appeared to unveil its concealed portals. The road transported them past the arid expanses of Central Asia, across arduous mountain defiles and rich, productive lowlands, until the atmosphere became redolent with aromatic resins, and the linguistic tapestry surrounding them transformed, akin to converging waterways. Here, within a landscape adorned with tiered pagodas, sacred shrines, and sanctuaries aglow with the soft radiance of lanterns, they encountered individuals who appeared to transcend the conventional constraints of temporality, spiritual adepts whose existence was consecrated not to royal regalia or holy wars, but to the profound enigmas of the human spirit. The knights first found themselves welcomed at a monastic complex, hewn directly into the precipitous face of a mountain, where the interior surfaces were adorned with frescoes depicting mythical dragons and serene lotus blossoms unfurling upon tranquil aquatic reflections. The monastic brethren, arrayed in vestments of vibrant saffron and deep crimson, proffered profound genuflections and presented them with sustenance of rice and warming tea. To the knights, these men appeared devoid of weaponry, entirely vulnerable, but their penetrating gazes possessed a profundity that effortlessly breached the formidable carapace of clandestinity the Templars wore. At dusk, The monks led them into a hall where colossal bronze carillons were suspended, resembling pendulous celestial bodies. The atmosphere resonated intensely as the immense bells were activated, saturating the enclosure with sonic undulations that appeared to penetrate the very skeletal structure of those who listened. An aged patriarch, his countenance etched with the intricate creases of aged vellum, spoke gently to the knights. "You endeavor to locate a receptacle, yet is not the true vessel the corporeal form itself? And is not the true treasure you protect the vital essence that animates all humanity?" His words, uttered devoid of any condemnatory implication, rendered the Templars speechless. Soon thereafter, in a secluded valley where groves of bamboo rustled with the ethereal murmur of restless spirits, the knights encountered another profound mystic. This individual was a solitary wanderer, clad only in unadorned robes, possessing nothing save for a staff crafted from gnarled, ancient wood. He expounded upon the principles of the Tao, articulating a path so fundamental it defied conventional naming, a subtle current that flowed beneath the visible surface of all existence. For him, the legendary Grail was neither a material artifact nor a lineage of hallowed blood, but rather an intrinsic stream of universal harmony, accessible to humanity only when the impulse to possess or control was finally relinquished. Should you clutch too tightly, he imparted with gentle wisdom, the stream will inevitably elude your grasp. However, if you simply walk in accord with its flow, it will unfailingly guide you precisely where you are destined to go. While some of the knights, whose spirits had been hardened by countless battles and sharpened by years of relentless pursuit, dismissed such pronouncements as mere enigmatic riddles, others felt a profound stirring within their very core, as though these enigmatic strangers were meticulously peeling back layers of perception they had never before conceived of lifting. A nascent question began to form. Could it be that the Grail's profound secret was not intended to be encased in unyielding stone or fiercely guarded by the keen edge of a sword, but instead was meant to be breathed, lived, and truly understood in the profound depths of silence? As time progressed, the Templars arrived at a serene temple garden, a sanctuary where delicate cherry blossoms drifted down like a gentle pink snowfall. There, they were privileged to observe a ritual entirely unlike any they had ever witnessed in their Western experience. Candles flickered in meticulously arranged patterns, their flames casting dancing shadows, while fragrant incense spiraled gracefully into the deepening twilight. Robed figures moved with deliberate grace, tracing intricate circles upon the hallowed earth. It was whispered among the local inhabitants that this particular site was a place where the celestial realm intimately touched the human heart, where those who cultivated a deep and attentive listening might discern the faint yet resonant voice of eternity itself. One night, whose unwavering faith had been rigorously tested by the arduous years of his exile and ceaseless journey, knelt reverently amidst the fallen blossoms. He experienced a profound stillness, a tranquility far surpassing the familiar solace of prayer, as if the very ground beneath him held the ancient, unspoken memory of a sacred, primordial secret. Intriguingly, the mystics with whom the Templars crossed paths never once inquired about their identities or the nature of their precious cargo. Instead, they regarded the knights with an air of preternatural understanding, as if they already possessed complete knowledge, as if these Templars were not mere strangers passing through, but rather integral participants in a grand narrative that had been unfolding across epochs, long before their revered order had even been conceived. Your individual journey is but a segment of a much larger circle, one venerable sage softly murmured, his eyes holding ancient wisdom. And all circles, by their inherent nature, invariably return to their origin. Yet not every encounter proved to be one of tranquil understanding. In a windswept, desolate province, the Templars stumbled upon a reclusive sect of ascetics whose spiritual practices verged perilously close to the dangerous and extreme. These fervent men held the conviction that true enlightenment could only be attained through the severest of privations, prolonged starvation, intense physical pain, and the absolute shedding of all earthly attachments and fleshly ties. Their leader, a figure both gaunt and formidable, his eyes burning with an almost feverish intensity, asserted that he possessed knowledge of a potent relic, one capable of altering the very destiny of vast empires. He pledged to reveal its hidden resting place, but only if the knights first submitted themselves to his arduous and perilous trials. The Templars, sensing the palpable edge of madness in his gaze and wary of his extreme methods, steadfastly refused his demand. Nevertheless, as they rode away from that unsettling place, a persistent question lingered in their minds. Had he genuinely spoken a profound truth, or was he merely another ephemeral shadow cast by the world's pervasive and often destructive obsession with power? Through the cumulative experience of each successive encounter, the knights gradually began to discern a recurring pattern. Every mystic they met, regardless of their specific traditions, consistently spoke in elusive riddles concerning vessels, intricate paths, and endless circles. Yet, frustratingly, none ever offered the concrete, tangible terms the Templars so desperately yearned for. Not one could present them with a physical cup, a decipherable scroll, or a verifiable relic to definitively prove the worthiness of their arduous search. Instead, these encounters invariably left them burdened with profound questions, each one feeling heavier and more significant than the material treasures they had once meticulously hoarded within the impregnable walls of their western fortresses. The Grail, it now seemed, was a paradox, simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. It manifested in the resonant stillness of a temple bell, in the hushed tranquility of bamboo groves, and in the delicate, silent fall of a cherry blossom. And yet, this very elusiveness, the sheer impossibility of grasping it physically, only propelled the knights further into their quest. Their mission had initially commenced with the clang of swords and the glint of gold, but now it was unfolding in the profound depths of silence and the ephemeral wisps of incense smoke, unfolding through symbols far too vast and encompassing for any single man to ever truly claim as his own. As the Templars finally departed these enigmatic lands, carrying with them the resonant echoes of the voices of monks, the profound wisdom of sages, and the quiet insights of wanderers, they discovered that they themselves had been irrevocably transformed. Their once familiar armor now felt inexplicably heavier. Their long-held secrets seemed far more fragile and exposed, but in return, their inner vision had expanded, stretching to encompass a far broader horizon of understanding. The mystical East had not bestowed upon them the tangible Grail they had sought, but it had instead imparted something they could not yet articulate or name. It was a dawning realization that their journey was no longer fundamentally about material possession, but rather about profound, personal revelation. And still, somewhere just beyond the visible horizon, persistent whispers continued to beckon. Whispers of a sacred mountain perpetually hidden in swirling clouds, of ancient scrolls meticulously guarded by sages older than entire kingdoms, of a final, ultimate threshold where the Grail might, at last, truly be unveiled. The knights pressed onward, the mystics' profound words reverberating like distant, resonant bells within the chambers of their minds, inexorably drawing them deeper into the intricate labyrinth of fate. The arduous road leading further eastward propelled the Templars into a world utterly unlike any they had ever encountered. The familiar rolling plains and the relentless desert winds of their previous travels were now entirely absent. Before them, majestic mountains rose with an almost impossible grandeur. So vast and imposing, they appeared to be the very walls of heaven itself. Their towering peaks were crowned in eternal, pristine white, their summits glowing with an incandescent light, like embers still burning beneath the fading hues of the setting sun. These were the Himalayas, a range both mystical and seemingly impassable, whispered by all to be the sacred abode of ancient gods. The next leg of their journey commenced at the very foot of deep valleys, where crystalline rivers, their waters cold and pure as untouched gems, tumbled forth from colossal glaciers. Villages, built with enduring stone and sturdy timber roofs, clung precariously to the steep slopes, draped with vibrant prayer flags that fluttered ceaselessly in the relentless mountain winds. The knights, whose spirits had been hardened by countless years of relentless travel, felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance here, as if every single step they took was being meticulously measured by the unseen gaze of watchful entities dwelling in the towering heights. Even their battle-hardened horses grew visibly uneasy, their breath pluming into the frigid air like nascent smoke. The treacherous path narrowed dramatically as they ascended, twisting precariously along sheer cliffs, where even a single, careless misstep would inevitably plunge them into abysses so profound that no human being could possibly survive. Distant avalanches thundered with a terrifying roar, and the sky itself seemed to draw closer, its myriad stars burning with an intense, unwavering brilliance, like the ancient, all-seeing eyes of primordial guardians. The nights were agonizingly bitter, the cold so fiercely intense that even their hardened steel armor felt brittle and fragile against its biting grip. Yet, with each new dawn, breathtaking vistas of such unparalleled beauty were revealed that the Templars felt their immense burdens subtly lighten. The entire world spread out beneath them, like a vast, exquisitely illuminated manuscript, with valleys inked in deep, mysterious shadow and the highest peaks edged in a radiant, ethereal fire. In one particularly secluded gorge, nestled deep within the towering landscape, they encountered venerable hermits who had made their homes in caves meticulously carved into the sheer cliff faces. Wrapped in simple, coarse woolen robes, their faces were deeply weathered and darkened by the relentless sun and wind. They spoke not in conversational tones, but in ancient chants that rolled with the deep resonance of distant thunder, yet paradoxically carried an almost otherworldly serenity. They offered the weary nights yak butter lamps, their soft glow a beacon in the darkness, and steaming bowls of nourishing broth. Simple gestures of profound kindness in a stark world that seemed intent on stripping all men bare of their pretenses. One particularly ancient hermit, his beard as white as the pristine snows crowning the peaks, slowly traced a perfect circle upon the cold stone floor with his gnarled finger. "What you ardently seek lies beyond," he intoned softly, his voice a whisper against the vast silence. "But remember, beyond is not always synonymous with forward." His words, much like so many enigmatic pronouncements before them, served as both a solemn warning and an intricate riddle, compelling deeper contemplation. Venturing further into the labyrinthine heart of the mountains, the Templars unexpectedly stumbled upon a majestic monastery, perched precariously upon a high ridge like a magnificent crown of ancient stone. Its weathered walls were adorned with vibrant murals depicting luminous, ethereal beings, some with an astonishing multitude of arms, others with faces that were simultaneously serene and awe-inspiringly terrible. Inside its sacred confines, the air hung heavy and fragrant with the rich aroma of incense, and the low, resonant murmur of chanting monks vibrated through the very stones, echoing like the slow, steady beating of a hidden, colossal heart. The monks welcomed them not as mere strangers, but with a profound sense of recognition, as if they were long-anticipated pilgrims whose arrival had been foretold. Ancient scrolls were carefully unrolled before their astonished eyes, filled with intricate scripts that none of the knights could decipher. Curved, flowing letters that seemed to dance and weave like rivers across the aged parchment. One particular scroll the monks conveyed through a series of expressive gestures and hushed tones spoke of a sacred relic brought to these lands long ago by intrepid travelers from distant, unknown realms. It recounted the tale of a vessel, radiant and miraculously unbroken, concealed deep within the very folds of the mountains themselves. The Templars exchanged quick, meaningful glances. Could this indeed be the legendary Grail, carried eastward even before their own order had assumed its solemn guardianship? Or was it merely another potent symbol, another resonant echo of the elusive truth they relentlessly pursued? Days imperceptibly bled into weeks as they continued their arduous ascent, crossing ever higher and more treacherous mountain passes. Blinding snow assaulted their eyes, and the biting frost burned their exposed skin. Yet, in the profound stillness of the night, beneath skies ablaze with countless stars, some knights swore they heard faint, ethereal voices carried on the wind, whispers like ancient chants, subtly calling them ever onward, guiding them toward something that perpetually lingered just beyond their immediate reach. The colossal mountains, it seemed, were not merely inert stone and ice, but a living, breathing threshold between disparate worlds. One particular evening, as the horizon blazed with a breathtaking display of gold and crimson, a sudden fierce storm forced them to seek shelter within a deep, cavernous opening in the rock. There, to their astonishment, they discovered strange and ancient carvings etched upon the cave walls, intricate spirals, familiar crosses, and distinct shapes that undeniably resembled chalices. The knights lit their torches, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows, and stared in stunned silence, their breaths clouding visibly in the frigid air. Had others, perhaps even their predecessors, come before them to this remote place? Could it be that their order's most profound secret was not exclusively confined to the distant West, but instead possessed ancient roots that reached even into these dizzying heights? A young knight, his unwavering faith increasingly shaken by the multitude of unsettling riddles they had encountered, whispered aloud, his voice barely audible. What if the Grail is not ours to possess at all? What if, in truth, it belongs to the entire world? His profound words hung heavy in the cave, lingering like tendrils of smoke, deeply unsettling the other knights. The silence that followed was far more oppressive and weighty than the immense stone ceiling above their heads. Beyond these perilous passes, the knights finally emerged onto a vast, wind-swept plateau where the sky itself seemed so close, it felt almost tangible. Here, they encountered a serene gathering of llamas, who sat in concentric circles beneath the expansive open air, their deep, rhythmic chanting harmonizing with the reverberating sounds of drums and the mournful calls of horns that echoed across the vast, desolate landscape. The Templars watched in profound awe, realizing with a sudden clarity that these devout men sought not conquest, nor earthly wealth, but rather the intricate weaving of heaven and earth through the potent mediums of sound and prayer. One venerable lama, his face deeply weathered by time and the elements, yet radiating an undeniable kindness, turned his gaze upon them and spoke with quiet authority. The cup which you guard so fiercely is but a mere image. The true, eternal vessel resides within the heart. Guard that, and no empire, however mighty, can ever hope to wrest it from your keeping. By the time they commenced their descent from the majestic mountains, the Templars were profoundly and irrevocably changed. They had not only endured the fury of relentless storms, the crushing weight of profound silence, but also experienced revelations that cut far deeper into their souls than any physical sword ever could. The formidable Himalayas had tested not merely their physical strength and endurance, but fundamentally challenged their very understanding of their sacred quest. And yet, as they finally left the imposing shadow of those colossal peaks, they carried with them a greater number of profound questions than definitive answers. Somewhere, it was rumored, beyond the towering mountain ranges, lay hidden kingdoms entirely absent from the maps of Europe. Lands where ancient, sacred scrolls spoke of untold treasures, capable of bending the very fate of empires. The knights pressed onward, their lungs still haunted by the thin, bracing air of the heights, their hearts unsettled by the persistent thought that perhaps the fabled Grail had always been just beyond their tangible grasp. The towering mountains receded behind them, but their immense presence lingered in the knights' minds like a vivid, unforgettable dream, leaving them with the indelible sense that they had passed through a gate not merely of stone, but of profound and inescapable destiny. Beyond the formidable, jagged peaks of the Himalayas, the Templar knights ventured into secluded valleys unlike any they had previously encountered. Here, the atmosphere was milder, yet still invigorating with the distinct fragrance of pine and wild herbs. Rivers meandered like shimmering ribbons through verdant meadows, and scattered hamlets appeared utterly untouched by the incessant strife of monarchs and the holy wars of the Crusades that ravaged their homeland. The very land exuded an aura of profound remoteness, hinting at kingdoms concealed from the reach of Europe and the papacy, preserved in silence while the rest of the world burned in conflicts of faith. The Templars had, of course, heard whispers of such realms from astute merchants and seasoned travelers along the famed Silk Road, mythical territories where the line between ancient lore and verifiable history intertwined. Some spoke reverently of Shambhala, a fabled city of light said to be hidden within the earth's very folds. Others alluded to the legendary kingdom of Prester John, a sovereign whose Christian court was rumored to lie somewhere east of Eden. Whether these captivating tales were mere fabrication or divine foresight, the knights could not definitively ascertain. But now, standing upon the precipitous ridges overlooking lands unmarked on their meticulously drawn maps, they felt as though they had stepped into the very fabric of legend itself. Their winding path ultimately led them into a magnificent walled city, where the indigenous architecture seamlessly fused the robust strength of stone fortresses with the intricate beauty of delicate wooden temples, their gables adorned with vibrant depictions of mythical dragons and sacred lotus blossoms. The local populace greeted the foreign knights with a cautious interest, their expressions a blend of wonder and reserved intrigue. The Templars, gleaming foreign armor shimmered incongruously under the soft lantern glow, and their distinctive crosses seemed both recognizable yet utterly foreign to the priests, who offered blessings with gestures the knights could not interpret. In the grandest hall of this extraordinary city, they were afforded a formal reception with a king attired not in the customary gold, but in celestial silk embroidered with constellations. He listened quietly, his demeanor composed, as the Templars recounted the harrowing ordeal of their order, their recent persecution, and their arduous quest for a relic widely believed to possess sacred potency. When their narrative concluded, he offered a faint, knowing smile. "What you seek has traversed many distant lands," he stated, his voice as serene as a placid lake. "But those who grasp it with possessive fervor are ultimately destroyed by its very essence." He then instructed his scribes to produce ancient scrolls, maps inked in languages the knights could not decipher, yet which appeared to trace intricate lines across vast deserts, winding rivers, and boundless oceans. The venerable scholars of the king's court then recounted the saga of a relic once borne by men from the West, long before the Templars themselves had even been conceived. They vividly described a vessel, resplendent and seemingly indestructible, which had mysteriously disappeared amidst the formidable mountains centuries prior. Some believed it lay concealed within a verdant valley, zealously guarded by devout recluses. Others speculated that it had descended into the earth during a cataclysmic earthquake, entirely consumed by the mountain's maw. "Do not pursue the tangible artifact," one particularly wise scholar advised with gravitas, "for the physical form is mere illusion, a shadow. Seek the profound essence it embodies, and you will discover the true light." As they tarried within the benevolent kingdom, the Templars began to discern signs of faith that reflected their own beliefs in peculiar and unexpected manifestations. In one ornate temple, they discovered sculpted depictions of a figure enthroned upon a sacred lotus, holding a container from which a fiery luminescence spilled forth. Though different in its specific form, it undeniably resonated with the holy cup of their own spiritual insights. In another revered shrine, they observed a magnificent fresco portraying voyagers crossing vast seas, navigated by a celestial beacon, an image unsettlingly reminiscent to the knights who recalled the ancient narratives of the Magi from the Gospels. Could it truly be that across the centuries, across diverse languages and sprawling empires, all these disparate stories pointed toward the same concealed spiritual essence? One night, As the flickering torches cast dancing shadows upon the palace walls, a venerable sage arrived at their lodgings uninvited. His eyes were veiled by the passage of time, yet his voice was remarkably resonant. "The Grail is not bound by geographical confines," he imparted to them. "It is akin to a reflective surface, revealing to each individual seeker precisely what they are spiritually prepared to perceive. To some, it manifests as a sacred cup. To others, it may appear as an ancient manuscript, a precious gem, or even a melodic verse. What you seek has already discovered you. You simply do not yet perceive its true manifestation." Then, as silently as he had appeared, he vanished into the gloom, leaving only the delicate fragrance of sandalwood behind. The knights grappled deeply with his profound pronouncements. Could the sacred relic they had protected with such ardent devotion be more than a mere physical object? Could it embody a universal verity that possessed myriad manifestations, reflected in diverse civilizations and every spoken language? Such thoughts profoundly disquieted their long-held convictions. Yet, they could not disregard the resonant similarities they encountered at every turn. When the time arrived for their departure, the king's men provided them with ample sustenance and experienced escorts to lead them further eastward. Before their leave-taking, the king himself bestowed upon them a farewell offering, a small fragment of nephrite sculpted into the delicate shape of a chalice. "Carry this," he instructed, "not as a material fortune, but as a profound memento, for all physical containers are transient, only their essence persists." The Templars bowed low, rendered meek in a manner unfamiliar from their martial exploits on the battlefields of Europe. As they pressed deeper into territories still unmapped, the memory of the hidden kingdoms receded behind them like a vanishing nocturnal vision at dawn. But their profound memory persisted, a recollection of wisdom predating any ecclesiastical pronouncement, of sovereign domains that embraced tranquility rather than domination, and of verities too expansive for singular proprietorship by any religious fraternity or institution. What lay ahead remained unknown and unpredictable. The towering mountains had severely challenged their fortitude. The enigmatic kingdoms had probed their comprehension. Now, as they followed the river that meandered eastward toward the rising sun, the knights felt the burden of their pilgrimage intensify. For the further they journeyed, the more profoundly they realized that the Grail was not simply something to be discovered. It was something to be comprehended, and perhaps something to be relinquished. The path constricted as the Templars advanced further eastward, where the colossal mountains loomed like immense sentinels, their formidable peaks often shrouded in ethereal mists of frozen vapor and cloud. Each arduous step forward necessitated a profound relinquishment of vitality, of physical vigor, and of their former conviction. Their steeds stumbled, and their provisions diminished. But the knights persevered, guided less by conventional maps than by intuitive promptings, nocturnal visions, and scattered auguries gathered along their epic journey. The relic, whether a tangible object or an abstract truth, seemed perpetually elusive, pulling them higher into rarefied realms where the atmosphere itself thinned and the world below completely disappeared from view. At night, they established their camps beneath stars that blazed with a frigid brilliance, like icy torches in the vast expanse. The constellations appeared familiar, yet subtly altered, as if they had traversed into an entirely different celestial sphere. Some nights solemnly swore they perceived distinct shapes, Sacred vessels, martial blades, and doves etched among the heavens, signs that seemed to directly reflect their own intense internal conflicts. Was it divine enlightenment or merely fatigue-induced hallucinations born of the frigid environment that conjured these visions? None could definitively say, yet the compelling sight propelled them onward. They passed by dilapidated monastic complexes, their ancient stones partially entombed by snowslides, where monks had once intoned sacred verses to repel malevolent spirits of winter and tempest. In one such ruin, they discovered a magnificent fresco remarkably preserved, depicting an assembly of personages encircling an effulgent container. The vessel was neither a conventional goblet nor a precious stone, but a radiant orb of light painted in strokes that gleamed faintly even through aeons of freezing temperatures. The Templars paused in its presence, rendered meek. For the first time, some among them wondered whether their arduous spiritual journey had always been meant to lead them here, not to assert ownership of an artifact, but to be transmuted by its conceptual essence. Days later, as they ascended a constricted mountain defile, a tempest erupted unexpectedly. Snow fell so intensely that the entire landscape dissolved into an expanse of blinding whiteness. The knights secured themselves together with rope, advancing without visual guidance through the maelstrom. In the wailing gale, one knight swore he heard voices chanting in an ancient tongue, predating the Roman liturgical language. Another claimed to discern luminous apparitions walking beside them, cloaked in light, their visages obscured. Were they holy personages, venerable forebears, or merely hallucinations induced by severe cold? Yet somehow the cord remained secure. One step at a time they climbed amidst the tempest until, as suddenly as it had begun, the heavens cleared. Before them lay an elevated plain completely devoid of snow, suffused with a soft, aureate radiance, even though the sky above remained dark. In the very center rose an isolated edifice, part sacred shrine, part defensive stronghold, its ramparts adorned with interwoven iconography from disparate cultures. Christian emblems intertwined with Buddhist motifs, celestial bodies commingled with mythical creatures. It was as if all diverse spiritual traditions had collectively conspired to imprint their insignia upon these venerable stones. Inside the structure, a profound stillness prevailed. The knights walked through inner rooms, illuminated solely by fissures in the masonry, where shafts of solar radiance pierced the pervasive gloom like incandescent lances. In the innermost sanctum, they found neither a sacred goblet, a precious gem, nor an artifact of might. Instead, upon a simple, unadorned shrine lay a speculum, its reflective face tarnished by antiquity, encased in iron, yet mirroring the visages of the crusaders as they approached. They peered into its depths, and what they saw was not their present selves, but a deluge of recollections. Their solemn vows pledged in Gallic sanctuaries, the conflagrations that had immolated their brethren, the naval armadas that had mysteriously disappeared into the ocean. They witnessed arenas of conflict scattered with panoplies, riches concealed in subterranean crypts, monarchs plotting treachery, and pontiffs issuing edicts. And then, beyond all this, they perceived a light, unfettered, amorphous, traversing temporal dimensions, like a filament interweaving all spiritual beliefs and sovereign domains into a singular, invisible fabric. One knight fell prostrate, quivering uncontrollably. Another shed tears unreservedly. A third averted his gaze, incapable of confronting the profound reflection. For in its depths, each man saw not only the collective history of the Templars, but his own innermost being exposed. The tempest recommenced its fury outside, vibrating the edifice's masonry, yet the speculum endured intact. Slowly, one by one, the knights deposited their arms upon the sacred slab. Blades resonated against the rock, bucklers rested against the rampart. In the profound presence of what they now comprehended, their iron felt insubstantial. Their previous pledges appeared inadequate. No voice spoke, no celestial intervention manifested. Yet in that profound silence, the knights knew their pilgrimage had attained its culmination. The Grail was not a physical artifact to be protected, pilfered, or concealed. It was a verity harbored internally, poised for realization in every nation, every language, and every human spirit. As the first rays of morning light touched the peaks, the silent company departed from the sacred edifice. Behind them, the very structure appeared to dissolve seamlessly into the rugged mountain terrain, as though its presence had been an ephemeral dream. Ahead, an expansive and untrodden vista beckoned, revealing territories yet unmapped and pathways unexplored. Remarkably, not one among them voiced a query about their impending destination. The arduous upward journey had reached its culmination now. Only the descent into the vast annals of history, into the fabric of enduring legend, remained. Far beneath their lofty perch, the terrestrial world persisted in its incessant wrangling over dominion, material wealth, and regal authority. Yet, high amidst the rarefied air of the summits, the Templars had, it seemed, communed with an essence of timeless profundity, and though no official chronicler within the European continent would ever document this ultimate spiritual ascent, its subtle resonance persevered in hushed tones, in enigmatic emblems, and in narratives that imperceptibly permeated every human culture, every ancient myth, until their origins became utterly indiscernible. The venerable knights pressed onward. Their purpose now shifted from the acquisition of sacred artifacts to the solemn guardianship of profound quietude. The relentless march of years unfurled themselves like translucent veils, delicately obscuring a concealed visage, and with their passage, the very memory of the Templars' sojourn in Asia dissipated into the realm of mere conjecture and rumor. Monarchs across Europe, swayed by political currents, branded them as egregious heretics, and the formidable pronouncements of papal bulls consigned their once illustrious name to an ignominious oblivion. Nevertheless, in the distant reaches of the East, tenuous threads of their mysterious trajectory continued to linger. Traders guiding their caravans across vast desert expanses recounted encounters with enigmatic armored figures who journeyed without the identifying insignia of banners. Ascetic monks in remote cloisters whispered tales of pallid warriors who knelt in reverence before altars not traditionally associated with their own faith. Seafarers, returning from perilous voyages, carried accounts of these knights, who inexplicably vanished into insular territories that no navigational chart would dare to delineate. What had initially materialized as a formidable military fraternity ultimately transmuted, within these persistent narratives, into an entity far more enigmatic. Profound seekers who bore no national flag, professed no conventional allegiance, but carried only the weighty burden of their self-imposed silence. Their sacred relics, if indeed any had managed to survive the relentless passage of time, were never publicly exhibited. Their intricate codes of conduct, if still articulated, had dissolved into subtle gestures, into symbolic etchings upon ancient stones, or into prayers left unfinished within the crumbling confines of forgotten chapels. To the vast majority of humanity, they were unequivocally gone. Yet, for the select few who meticulously scrutinized the intricate currents of historical progression with the same unwavering focus one applies to the celestial tapestry, the Templars were never truly absent. They had evolved into an elusive shadow, guiding destiny from beyond the visible veil, exerting influence without leaving any discernible imprint, preserving ancient truths without ever laying claim to them. Among these most persistent and intriguing whispers was a profound prophecy, a cryptic fragment purportedly uttered by a dying knight beneath the luminous arc of a crescent moon. It foretold of an epoch when the disparate civilizations of East and West would once more teeter perilously on the precipice of utter collapse, when vast empires would inevitably fracture under the immense pressure of their own self-imposed burdens and the weight of their gilded crowns, and when humanity would embark on a quest not for material riches or fleeting glory, but for the very essence of intrinsic meaning. On that fated night, the prophecy unequivocally declared, the Grail would manifest, not as a tangible chalice, nor as a revered relic, but as an expansive truth far too immense for any earthly throne to ever truly possess. It would reveal itself wherever genuine silence prevailed, wherever earnest seekers convened without the constraining fear of rigid creed or the oppressive weight of any crown. And so, the relentless gears of the centuries continued their inexorable rotation. The fervent era of crusades gradually yielded to the establishment of nascent kingdoms, which in turn gave way to the formation of distinct nations, and these nations eventually expanded into sprawling empires. Vast libraries succumbed to devastating conflagrations, ancient temples crumbled into ruin, and yet, across the expanse of continents, subtle fragments of their enduring legacy persisted. A distinct star motif, for instance, found meticulously carved into a monastery wall nestled high in Tibet. A venerable sword, discreetly concealed within the labyrinthine catacombs beneath the bustling city of Paris, its burnished blade adorned with intricate Eastern calligraphy. A weathered ship's log from a Portuguese vessel, detailing a mysterious brotherhood of mariners who had sworn their solemn vows to an enigmatic cause that was never fully elucidated. Individually, these occurrences were routinely dismissed as mere coincidences. Yet, when considered collectively, they wove a tapestry of interconnectedness far too intricate and compelling to rationally deny. The established church meticulously inscribed its official histories. The powerful kings grandiosely erected their enduring monuments. Yet, within every profound silence that permeated the spaces between those authoritative lines, the Templars patiently awaited their moment. Perhaps they had never truly abandoned the sanctity of the mountains, their spirits forever intertwined with the ancient peaks. Perhaps they had moved, unseen and unheard, into the unassuming villages, their presence a mere ripple in the fabric of everyday life. Or perhaps they had bravely traversed vast oceans, purposefully sowing the seeds of their profound prophecy in fertile new soils across distant lands. No conventional chronicler can definitively ascertain their precise movements or fate. What remains known is only this immutable fact. Wherever earnest seekers have congregated in profound secrecy, wherever forbidden knowledge has been diligently guarded at immense personal cost. An enigmatic shadow has consistently stood at the very threshold. Some devoutly believe it to be the spectral shadow of a knight, a silent sentinel from a bygone era. Others contend it is simply the lingering echo of a truth so inherently dangerous, so profoundly revolutionary, that it defies articulation by any name. And as this narrative gently approaches its conclusion tonight, the fundamental question lingers with an almost palpable weight. Did the Templars indeed vanish into the vast, mysterious expanse of Asia, carrying their profound secrets far beyond the grasping reach of the Western world? Or did they perhaps leave behind a potent prophecy that continues to patiently await those rare individuals who possess the inner stillness to truly listen? Perhaps the elusive answer resides not within crumbling ruins, nor within tangible relics, but rather within the serene silence that exists between breaths, in the profound stillness that gracefully descends when the clamorous din of the world finally recedes. For it is precisely there, in that sacred quietude, that something ancient still whispers with an enduring resonance. It is a whisper that the might of kings could not suppress, that the authority of popes could not erase, and that the relentless erosion of time itself could not bury. It is a whisper that serves as a profound reminder that some truths are not destined to be possessed, but are instead meant to be reverently carried forward. And so, the prophecy endures, much like a solitary candle left burning in a long-forgotten chapel, unseen yet stubbornly unextinguished, patiently awaiting the auspicious night when its illuminating light will be needed once more. And thus, the enigmatic tale of the Templars' sojourn in Asia gradually recedes into a profound stillness. Their ancient ships have long since succumbed to the crushing embrace of dark, unfathomable waters. Their once formidable fortresses have crumbled into mere dust, indistinct from the earth itself. Their very names have been meticulously expunged from official parchments and royal decrees. Yet the subtle echo of their footsteps continues to linger with an ethereal persistence. Not amidst the boisterous clamor of battle or the tumultuous clash of competing crowns, but rather in the quietest, most secluded sanctuaries of the world, the majestic mountains, the desolate deserts, the profound silence that exists between disparate realms. As one gently closes their eyes, let the serene rhythm of their extraordinary journey settle into a profound state of calm. Imagine the soft, silent descent of snow upon the ruins of ancient chapels, the gentle wind carrying faint, fragmented whispers of forgotten prayers, the countless stars wheeling silently across the vast celestial dome above, lands where these enigmatic knights once walked. Breathe deeply, and with each conscious inhalation and exhalation, allow the immense weight of their enduring mysteries to drift further and further away, until only a profound sense of peace remains. For in the ultimate reckoning, the Templars' greatest secret was not some hidden treasure, nor a sacred relic, nor even a cryptic prophecy, but rather the timeless reminder that all journeys, without exception, ultimately lead to the profound embrace of silence. And it is within that sacred silence that we finally discover